Yeah, time for my usual setup. Hey everyone. And make certain everything is doing the goods here. Still not really as confident on the double stream for YouTube yet as far as getting it to work. There's just some weird things that just don't seem to function the way I want. Very awkward. The whole system is awkward. So the rotated stream thing is very good. Very strong. 10 out of 10. I didn't get the wrong title. Okay. I'll be a social stream a second in case people are chatting at me. Silly kick. I know one of you's making noises at me. It wasn't kick. Spoiler, it was not kick. Great selected. I'll Discord that I am in fact doing the stream move. The regular stream. Sure. Really be hyping up my kick stream, or not kick stream, Twitch stream the most because it's the only one that actually pays me. But hear me out, I don't. My entire explanation. So. And then I don't know why it's using an ancient picture for that. Whatever. Matter for a short stream, I don't believe. I mean, it might, maybe. Yeah. Then I have to do my wish list thingy. pinned. Let's see a chat. Social stream not connect to both? Auto find and activate. Huh. Yeah, social stream's not saying anything for that one. Who about for the other one? Is it appearing on the screen? Social stream not working? Should I disable it? I talk to. So one of the YouTube ones worked, not the other. Close it and start it again. Yes. That one works, but the short stream isn't working. There. I can change the setup process. Everything works except the one. The short stream doesn't seem to want to work. Yeah, it's not finding the short stream. Huh. I think it botched it. I need to redo these. Unlisted. Wait, what? What? Public? The problem? Okay. Hey Levi, how's it going? Having problems with one of the streams. It's not picking up on social stream. The short stream is not showing up. Yeah. YouTube is so like ass backwards. It's terrible. The back end is just not good. Things yeah. Social stream's not finding it. Maybe I try again. Maybe it finds it this time. It was set to not public. Looks like it got it. Short stream.
Hello there.
Did it not play a blurb? Or do I just not hear the blurb? Technical difficulties. Oh god. Technical difficulties. Did you hear the blurb at least? Oh, I didn't hear that blurb. I just feel left out. All right, now. Let's see.
That's what I do.
There we go. I can hear it now.
And I know things.
How about this track? Like I'm on a parade or something. Like that part of Final Fantasy VII, the Juno reactor. Yeah, military parade. Not what I'm interested in at the moment, for sure. I fixed all those. That's right. I drink and I know things. I'm not even trying to know things. I'm certain that I drink, though, at least. So at least one of these things is true. I think everything is good to go at this point. So many broken things, and it's like, what? Why? Why is everything broken? Why is it broken? I guess I should go back to the other thing there. I still can't get some of the plugins for OBS to work. I could install all these things, and they just aren't working very well. Got time to crack open a Modelo? Nice, nice, nice. I may start drinking something in a bit, I don't know. Probably whenever I get up to go use the restroom from all that tea I drank before the stream. Yeah, probably. This is probably about the time. I want to make sure she spawns in here. I mess with things so maybe she doesn't spawn. I already feel the heartburn. Wonderful. Should know better than to eat food. She spawned in. It's fine. Drink green tea yourself? Nice, nice. I usually do black tea. Green tea's healthier, of course, but honestly, lately I've been drinking a lot more water because I just feel dehydrated all the time. People are like, but tea is really hydrating. It is not. It is not hydrating. It's really not. Not believed. Not believed at all. No. I always feel dehydrated. And that's mostly what I drink. I guess I should work on the walls down there just so I can get rid of these stupid brushes, because the brushes are going to eat performance, and I don't really care about better being perfect yet. Exactly, yeah. I was saying, like, tea makes me feel dehydrated all the time, so it's like we're drinking a lot more water because of it. Too long just drinking tea, and it's just everyone's like, it's super hydrating. I'm like, it's not. You lie. You all lie. Every one of you. Terrible. It's not in anything. They're just lurking. Oh, I guess I should put all this in the product storage. But that's okay. I'll do my usual dumb things and, you know, go from there. You know what I kind of want to do? It's like there's a big city this game's in. I kind of want to make other sections of the city that the game's not in, but just have little sections of the city that for like the levels of chapter 3. Because I plan on making the entire city for, you know, like a separate map that's not going to get shipped with the game, where it's just the actual city, like, you know, that the game's in and everything like that, and then like important locations just for my own, you know, like visualization of where everything is. Because something I remember hearing the people who made South Park were saying is that when they went to make a video game, they had to actually put the city in a way that, you know, made sense, that they'd never done before, because people just showed up at each new location they were supposed to be in the show and they didn't care. But in the game, you actually had to walk between the locations, so they had to finally figure out how the town of South Park was laid out. But one of these days I need to sit there and just do that, kind of make a concept city where everything's at, and probably spend more time on it than I probably should, but I mean, I'm always going to use the same world for my game, so having I'm probably just going to put everything in the same city, to be honest, or this area around it. I don't really need to do much more than that. Cities are big, yo. Yeah, at some point, like, I've made maps of, like, in mapping things of ideas of how I want it to be, but having something in Unreal Engine that's like a living, breathing thing I could wander around would be pretty awesome. For sure. I like it. First time I've seen the whole part about Crasher but Whole. I mean, though, at the end, nice, nice. I played through the Stick of Truth. Never played the Fracture but Whole, but you know, that's like. Actually, I don't know why I didn't play that one. There might have been some reason. I don't have a good explanation for why though, so we'll just assume that I have a good one and go with that, right? Pretend to have a good one. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I got a lot of laughs out of it. It was hilarious as hell. I've seen the cutscene movie for the other one. It only gets there. How's it going? One cup of tea. Yeah. I mean, I got a nap before I started streaming, and I drank a bunch of tea when I woke up. So I guess I woke up to a cup of tea. More like 3 cups of tea. I washed down all that food. I swear I'm like part camel or something like that. Must be where all the water goes. And I still feel dehydrated. How is that possible? No, it's in the like 20s, so I've got the exact year I picked. I was basing it upon the materials that are available from the assets that I have, because otherwise I wouldn't have. I'm gonna keep one of these shells on the one. Some things wouldn't be available. I mean, I could still make it the like original 1890s I was gonna do. The car models would be different. Plastic wasn't in widespread use at that point. There's certain things I just wouldn't have. So, what year did I place the game in? I can tell you. I have documents. Uh, 1929 is what I currently. I pushed it like freaking almost 40 years into the future because of that. Yeah, I imagine like that. A lot more closer to the word Cthulhu-esque type of thing, you know, like the, not specifically that mythos, but you know, the magic you'd expect from that kind of weird era, thing like that. The weird eldritch beings and things like that, and just I guess the vibe, not the same magic, it's the vibe of that is where it would be, I think. My guess. We'll see how it goes, for sure. But obviously, steampunk doesn't bring dolls back to life or anything like that. I mean, I guess you could actually have a Dr. Frankenstein thing. I actually don't like the Frankenstein thingy all that much, to be fair. It's been one of my least favorite Victorian era stories. I watched Penny Dreadful, and that was full of all kinds of things like that, and I'm just like, huh. Some of these are really cool. Other ones, man, I did not like those stories at all from back in the days. I guess they're all from the same time because they just had these little dumb magazines that people would release that called Penny Dreadfuls that were just full of stories. Frankenstein toy? Like, maybe. It is possible this could happen. I don't know if it's going to, but it's possible it could happen. I guess this solves the problem pretty well in that. Just has to be just enough that they can't see that, and you get the more beat up section of the place. I mean, I plan to have lots of extra things like that. Lots of weird things. It's just the question of where am I going to fit it all, and it gets added in afterwards. So if I don't have enough time or can't successfully pull it off, then I can drop that stuff and it's not going to ruin the game. You know? Because I don't want to... I mean, I've already bit off probably more than I can chew, but it would be... I don't think we need to bite off anymore, okay? You know, like... if I get to it, I get to it. Since I'm just concepting out this area. Yeah. I probably make this wall complete because I don't plan on putting any more holes through it. Don't know, this one doesn't have holes in the first place, and this one I already put a hole right there, and I can't really put a hole here because if I do, then, you know, I have to remake a whole wall there. That's a lot of people's issue. They just keep changing and adding things, and I mean, you know, it's really easy to just overscope, and a lot of the last, you know, well, I guess excluding the 6 month, a lot of the last, like, you know, year of working on this game has been me toning things down and cutting things because the concepts were so big and they weren't going to happen. It's unrealistic. I returned it. It was terrible. It got outperformed by the 6700 XT and the 3060 Ti. I don't know how that happens, but 5070 Ti is hot garbage. Absolute trash. Don't buy it. Do not recommend. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. All that. First, to make sure you get from point A to point B. Yeah. Well, that was the big thing, is now you can technically get from the first room in the game to the last room in the game. Now, rooms will get added in the way like that, and there's certain rooms that aren't even in the thing, like the option rooms aren't, you can't get into those yet at the moment, but that's a pretty big thing. And now I have an idea of everything I need to fill up, and I'm not sure if I'm going to add more to the final area. I might not. I really don't know if I'm going to. It seems like it's a lot that I still have to do before we even talk about the final area. Oh no, the 3060 Ti is the one I've been using for doing the OBS portion of things, because I have two graphics cards. The 6700 XT that is working for Unreal Engine, the game, all that stuff, and then the 3060 Ti exists solely for OBS and encoding in because the NVIDIA encoder is better. Oh yeah, and it works for DAS. How's your night going, Jens? I guess day or whatever it's for. We're just discussing, you know, going overscoping. Yes, overscoping bad. Yeah. Overscoping bad. I think I can call this one here. I think this is fine. Select them all yet? Good. That's actually surprisingly fast. Off stream, I reduced Poppet's size map by 600 megabytes. No, 700 megabytes. She was at like, I think 2200 or something. Sorry, 2.2 gigabytes, and now she's at 1500 megabytes. So between this and the brushes, I should get some pretty big speed improvements, I'd assume. I had no idea that one VFX pack was such trash. One where I used one like VFX and suddenly the entire pack was tied to it, and it's like, who built this? I hate them. Why would you do this? This is a bad plan. I also made it that the Chariot's no longer directly tied to her, which means the Tesla coil isn't as well, because that was another thing that was on there. Yeah, there was a VFX thing. Basically, it was an interface from a VFX that was on there, and that one interface connected to the entire asset pack. It was just this web of garbage. And then I also had a reference to the Chariot wings, and that's because I basically took the coding from someone else's blueprint, like the pack when they came to that, and pulled a bunch of that in there to do it, and then I just redid it in a way that was no longer directly referencing it, and it was pretty easy to do. I'm just like, wow, it's so much better. No, because it doesn't fit my world. This is steampunk. Dieselpunk's like right after. Dieselpunk's more like World War One. And I didn't want to do World War One. I just don't. Wait, why am I looking at that? I don't do that. I don't need to be in game to show off the size map. Never mind. I'll go here. Yep. And I can go through and I need to take the hermit path thingies and make those reduced out because this is the next big one here. And I can reduce these even more. I can probably get it down to, well, I mean, this is still 1.1 gigabytes. It's possible the new one that they released will be smaller. I need to look into it. I have the project open. Oh, actually, I have the project available. Check. I just haven't done it. Yeah. I guess it was 2.1. I said minus 600. It was. That's some good stuff there. This one here is. I could lose another 45.5 megabytes if I got rid of this one. So that's not too bad. I'm sure I can reduce these by just making them, you know, async load the asset. 5.7.4. I may do 5.8.1. I haven't installed the test. I just haven't done it yet. I have a project converted over just to see, but all I did was convert it over and I haven't even launched it yet. So it's going to be a minute before I do that. I just have other things I want to do besides upgrading to a new version. And if I do decide to adopt the new movement thingy, the new game animation sample project, that'll take a lot of work to stuff that in there, and I don't know if I want to do that. It works as it is, but it's. I want to see if the size map is less for this, because, you know, if this is only like 600 megs or something, then it'd be super worth it. Because dropping her size by a half a gig would be nuts. But yeah, about that. I could probably get rid of some of these extra animations that I'm not using, potentially. I don't know. They definitely overkilled it. It is definitely programmed very poorly. It is free though, so at $0, I can't complain too much. I wouldn't. Keep in mind that the Final Fantasy remake games were made in Unreal Engine 4. A lot of the AAA. Oh. I'm gonna go use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. I drank way too much tea. 1 second. Shouldn't drink much tea right before the stream. Mistakes were made. Anyway, versus C++? No, I don't do that. Never use C++ if you can avoid it. The simple reality is it already takes an astronomical amount of time to make a game. And then C++ just magnifies the amount of time by an amount that's just not feasible for a solo dev, not for a real size game. It just takes too long. It's designed for people who have, you know, teams. But if you don't have a team, trust me, like, you don't want anything that makes it take any longer. You don't want to do anything in C++ if you can avoid it. Just program in ways that you don't need C++. Oh, the resource thingy, it's right click any blueprint and then you go to size map, and that will show you the size of everything that's connected to the thing, and everything that's directly referenced will be on there. The other option you can do is you can get the reference viewer, and the reference viewer will show you everything that's connected to them in this thing here, and you can go down the list and start following where things are at, and Poppet's connected to all sorts of things, so. She's connected to all the data layer assets because they run through her. But those aren't really big or anything. They're just, you know, things saying, hey, load some stuff, so. You can see she's linked to a lot, and I'm gonna unlink a bunch of things along the way that I could have done these in better ways for sure. But, you know, we'll get to that. You just pick any blueprint you want. Right? So if I want to size map my world here, I would just like to point out that my actual size map from the big level that my game is on is 123.6 megabytes. It's really tiny. Very few things are directly linked to it. And most of it is... I don't know how these are even directly linked to it, to be honest. I'd have to look and see. It's probably because there was a material for the landscape or something. Huh. Yeah, not usually your level that's a problem. I guess one here had way back in the day. Yeah, 37.9. Just wasn't much going on those. Alright, I will convert these over. You go to the wall, right? That's all that matters. You go to the wall. You go to the wall. Close enough, I don't care. Sure. But anyways, for, you know, talking about Unreal 6 before I ran off to the restroom like that. I don't really think you gain anything from Unreal 6. Like, unless there's some new feature you want. Like I say, the Final Fantasy remake games were made in Unreal Engine 4, so even the AAA companies aren't even using Unreal Engine 5. I think that was it Todd Sweeney or something like that? Like the guy head of Epic. He's just really caught up in thinking AI has value. And since it just doesn't, like, he really wants Unreal Engine to be this, he wants to like run everything in there and hope it works out. And as with everything that Epic does, they never finish anything, and it's all just dumb hype. So, you know, I wouldn't. Plus, it's going to be even harder to run the engine because you know it's going to be this bloated mess. So you're going to hate yourself trying to get it to work on your computer. Yeah, that's the problem. Is 5.8 comes with AI in it, and it doesn't even work, and it's just an extra bloated thing. So I'm not sure I want to upgrade to it. I might stop at 5.7.4 and just deal with the bugs that exist in it. We'll have to see. I don't see myself switching to 6. I don't know what it gives me. Because switching to a new engine, the next version, is no joke. I mean, each time just switching between, like, you know, the mini versions of things has been no joke through 5. But it's given me things that were useful. But they're also going to stop doing the game animation sample project. The last version just came out for 5.8, and they're not doing it anymore. So now I have even less reason to upgrade. They're talking about it, but it's supposed to be way later, and they're not going to do it. So people are just typing over nothing. as with everything, they talk a big game, but they never finish shit. And since Verse is like, you know, barely functional right now, they can't make it replace Blueprints until they make it really functional. But keep in mind that through all of Unreal 5, both Nanite and Lumen still aren't functional for production. They still have a bunch of experimental and beta crap in them. How long do you think it'll take Verse to get working? What, Unreal 7? 8? What are we talking here? So they, like I said, they talk a big game, don't believe a word they say, and nobody's going to adopt it because every single company has already got an entire like pipeline set up for using Blueprints. They can just update their engine themselves. They can change things around. Like say, Square Enix is still using UE4. Just saying. They didn't think UE5 was worth a damn either. You think they're going to suddenly go, you know what, Blueprints suck, we're going to Verse? Pretty certain they're just going to keep using UE4. It takes millions of dollars to train everyone to Switch. Nobody's going to do this. Epic's just delusional. And they think they're going to build some world inside of Fortnite like it's Roblox? Roblox is like a world thingy like that. It's not like, you know, a arena shooter. It's like got a whole world and then their games were added to it later. Fortnite doesn't have that. It's not even the same type of thing. You're gonna have to build this whole thing. Dude's delusional as hell. Some people Blueprints and screw people over. Yeah, like I say, nobody's gonna. You're just gonna see a lot of people not move to 6. It just doesn't bring them to the table. There's gonna be a lot of lazy people who think that AI is gonna program something for them, and you know, best of luck to you. MU 5 minute. I want to check out the tune shading. Something amazing, and I'm getting past 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. I just wonder like how heavy 6 is gonna be, and if my computer will even run it. Because the difference between like 4 and 5 is incredible. 4 ran on my 1080 and I could stream it no problem. When I tried that on, you know, I needed 2 graphics cards for 5. Like, what are we talking here? 5 is so ridiculous. Yeah, well, a lot of it just comes down to, you know, what you can do with the engine. Like, you know, all the things are there. You can make all this cool stuff. Hell, the game, you know, my artistic inspiration at Madness Returns was made in UE3. The tools are already here. They're just trying to sell you on the new tools being better. But are they though? Because, you know, all the stuff they added to 5 largely is experimental and doesn't work. Huh. That kind of sucks. So, yeah, I should make a video just saying how I think that they're never going to make Verse, they're never going to replace Blueprints. Just flat say it. I don't believe they will. I don't believe Epic is capable of finishing a project. I think it's corporate doublespeak. They just really want things that sound good in a press release, and like, you know, their stocks to go up. That's what they want. You know, 4 is not identical. Faster makes copies at the level, then change the lighting for the nighttime. What's wrong with that? Baked lighting is so much more efficient. The downside of baked lighting is you got to bake it takes time, so you just leave your computer on and go do something else for a while. It's probably really healthy, honestly, because it means you get up and go walk around. Hear me out on this one. It's probably really healthy. Storage wall. Whoa. Oh no, baked lighting is so much more efficient. I'm thinking of switching to it in the long run too. Lumen is trash. I'm not even using Lumen, just the non-Lumen lighting in this is still not good. But if it didn't have to calculate your lighting all the time, imagine how much more efficient it is. Because, you know, even with baked lighting, if you run another light in that area, it'll still light up the area. It's just the lighting on the world and everything like that is already there, so they don't have to constantly calculate it. So, you know, you'll gain like 60 FPS. It's crazy how much more efficient baked lighting is. No, it still works. Like, I was doing it in UE4, bringing lights into things like that, you know, and if you use particles and things, like, Just think about every game you've ever played before Unreal 5, and probably most of them anyway. That's all baked lighting. Have you had any problems with lighting up the areas? Of course you haven't. That's because there's a shadow and anything like that, but then, you know, the shadow gets removed when there's another light on it. That's their trick. They just remove the shadow. It was like, oh no, what are we gonna do? Oh, we just removed the shadow. Okay, problem solved. Pretty much. Hear me out on this one. It's not that hard. No. Because there's movable lights as well. Like not every light is like, it only bakes the static lights. And like I say, it just removes the shadow information because there's like, you know, there's like a light map that's over the whole thing, or like light maps on all these textures, like, and it just removes them when there's, you know, a light on. Now, if you move the sun like a starlight, then you'll have to bake the whole map, sure, because that's a different, you know, light that's hitting everything. But like I say, almost every AAA game you've ever played in your life had baked lighting. Did you notice any problems? Lumen's really new. Not many things, like, all of the AAA games haven't even had time to actually make and be made in that time. So much of the stuff you've seen is just haven't had time. It usually takes like what, 5 to 7 years to make a AAA game. When did Unreal Engine 5 come out? Let's find out. Oh, 2020, official release in 2022. All right, so they've had like not even in April, so they've had like 4 years. So all the games you're seeing haven't even had time to be made in Unreal 5, let alone have Lumen be, you know, anything anyone uses, because Lumen's been a dumpster fire the whole time. You know how to bake in Blender and send it for you? Not Unreal. They made it harder. I would say look up a tutorial on how to do it in 5, because I actually just don't even know how to do it yet on 5. I knew how to do it in 4 because it was easy. There was just like, you know, it was just like, well, not this. It was just like build and then bake lighting was a thing here. Except for they took it out, so it has to be done a different way now, and I don't know where they put it yet. I'll do it later on, do a test to see what kind of performance I gain out of it, because, I mean, not having to lighting is huge. Like, most of the issues you're going to have in this are going to be at lighting, because, you know, if everything is dark, then they don't have to display anything, and you have like your FPS is like infinite, like super easy. It's just displaying black. But the second you have lighting everywhere, like, you know, and you can see all the stuff in your world. I mean, coding matters too. 90% of the time, what's ruining your FPS is all the big assets everywhere that have to be loaded. I forgot what the group is called. Oh, hate it. Building partition. And then H load there. I could do these all at the end too, and it wouldn't be bad. No 50-point lights or light animation. The thing is now that you have mega lights, you can actually do that, and like the lighting isn't as bad as you think. On those, it really helped. But there is still like a certain level of, I don't know if you should do that. People are like, well, when I did 1,000 of them, so it didn't work very well. Yeah, okay, that's a lot in one area. It did help when I turned on mega lights. Lighting is still not free by any stretch, though. It just helped. I think UE6 will be garbage. Just like UE5 hasn't done anything to change the game dev world at all. I'll say it. I think that all the big companies are going to stick with UE4 because UE5 promised a lot and delivered nothing. And UE6 is promising to force them to have to spend millions of dollars to change things so they can use a completely different system that nobody's trained for. So I think UE6 will fail. Just outright fail. Their plans are so bad and nobody is happy about it. Except Todd Sweeney. But, you know, he's an idiot. There's no other explanation. He's an idiot. And he thinks that people are going to all adopt this because he's going to turn Fortnite into Roblox. It's debatable, yeah. Like, Mega Life is not free. It does require hardware ray tracing. But with that being said, I tested it on my 1080 and I was still getting the 70 to 80 FPS. So Mega Lights was in that. Charge for the AI thing, I mean, they're just connecting up Claude or something like that anyway, or whichever one you want. They're not even providing the AI. They're just hoping that the AI models can handle whatever BS thing like that. But here's the other problem with Epic is they don't provide documentation on anything. How's the AI going to learn anything? There's so many systems you either have like no documentation at all. You just have to hope some YouTuber gets bored and wants to figure it out. That's the other reason why nobody adopts any of the new stuff. Who the hell knows how to use any of it? And it might only be there for one update, and then the next update they're talking about something else. So again, like, pretty much, you know, Epic is largely a failure in almost every regard when it comes to every new thing they release. It's very rare they actually get something to production ready. They just talk a big game, and then they make a tech demo, which is not a game. And the tech demo, of course, looks fine, but who cares? What's a tech demo gonna do for you? I remain unimpressed. I mean, don't get me wrong, this engine's still great. It's still the only reason I can make this game even exist, for sure, but I've definitely learned my lesson on more than a few of the things that they've promised. Since I showed up at the end of 4, and then I didn't know that they don't follow through, so I expected 5 to be amazing, and every time it's just been stuff that never panned out. That Mega Lights did pan out. Credit to that. Except it's still really heavy, and if you just bake your lighting, you could run your thing on mobile. So it's like, yeah, I don't expect much out of 6. I'll say it. I just don't. I think it's just going to be a catastrophe. Kind of like every AI thing so far has just been a catastrophe. Like, it just isn't good for what people want it to be. It's only good for tiny little projects. I could be wrong, I guess. But all the evidence is in my favor on this one, so I don't think I'm wrong. They can prove me wrong, though. They haven't yet. Oh, yeah, only gets Mega Light's pretty good. Like, it's what I'm using for now. But I might end up baking lighting later, doing the other. It could happen. Only at the end of the project, though. There's no world I'm going to wait like hours plus for this to bake lighting in this giant map. The other thing, though, is I'm also using data layers, too, which might mess up the baking thing. I don't know. Oh, it's such an easy thing to turn on. It's just check a box. This is like the easiest thing in the world. So one of the few ones, it's not so bad. I call this one giant material because I don't care anymore about that. Move the door up for me too. Yeah, try it out. You can easily turn it off if you don't like it. I'll double check all the surfaces real fast. I think I already have them selected. That's one of the only things I was looking at 5.8 is they said that Megalites was finally production ready in 5.8. That was going to be the reason I would upgrade if I'm going to upgrade at all. But having the AI built in there and it being just an extra heavy thing is a reason not to, for sure. Because if I was going to use AI, then I would instead use it for the things it's proven to be good for, which would be like 2D image generation and voice acting-ish and maybe little videos I can string together to make cutscenes, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, any new feature to Unreal just adds more weight. To the engine. And I don't really trust Epic and their ability to program a new feature and make it, you know, work well, since nothing else ever works well when they first release it. Again, I, you know, will be happy to be proven wrong. I'm definitely going to test 5.8. So like I say, I'm probably capping my, probably capping things at that. I'm probably not going to do any more with it. I definitely regret not picking with UE4. The only thing that came about that was actually useful, I think, from switching to UE5 was the motion matching, which they're going to discontinue because heaven forbid something's actually useful. And that wasn't even something that Epic wanted to do. That was like a bunch of people at Epic decided to do it. I was reading the tweet, you know, about it, and it's like, oh, okay, so this wasn't even Epic's idea. This was just these people are like, we want to make this, so they made it. And Epic's like, okay, that was it. That's how the game animation sample project came about. I figured something was off when it was actually useful. There's still 21 more precious. Oh god. Oh yeah, the big floor one. I can also redo this floor to not have it be so high up too, and I might do that. I'm debating on running back the water lowering thing, except for it's not water anymore, so you can get farther down into the place. And if I did that, I'd want to have an area that's way deeper and have like a whole floor below it. But again, it feels like I'm biting off a lot more than I can chew if I do that, because I haven't even gotten through all of chapter 2 yet. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the floor. I'm gonna, well, do a half measure, and then I'm gonna save this entire floor on a different map. I guess to be fair, this room is not as big as... Oh, it's like... Got things off to the sides. I'll probably redesign the floor of this room to be a little more like symbolic, probably. Like a pentagram or something like that. We'll see. This was my concession to what I really wanted and what I could actually make were two different things. That's become a real big thing now, is this. You find a lot of concessions to what I could make and what I want. Oh, actually, this is a great idea. Having the thing go through. Oh, that's a way better idea. Yeah, it's just concessions to, hey, maybe this wasn't a good plan. A lot of times. Because originally I had like a whole, you know, basically multi-floor thing underneath to go through, but nope. Well, at least a couple floors. So it's like a basement and a sub-basement. Don't think that's going to happen. So the final chapter will be less in length, but it'll have extra bosses for you to fight, so, you know, there'll be something. This is probably fine. Like I said, I'm just going to end up redoing a bunch of these things later. I just like the idea now of having this go underneath there. Only small little bits, I guess. Oh, it needs to go into here, doesn't it? Oh, that makes incredible sense. If it just has like a trough, that's good enough though. Not through this room though. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's out of date for sure, but I did put a lot of time to it initially for sure. And I was at 254 wish lists on last look. I get to update my title the next time I get a wish list. I update it every 5. It is hard getting wish lists. Oh my god. The struggle is real. I don't want to redo this floor yet. I'll probably have pipes coming up here or something like that. Because it has to be 2 separate floors so I can have a different thing. Or I could just put a mini floor on top of that. But I gotta cut a hole in the mini floor anyway. I guess to be fair, this does not have to have the same floor as the others. I could actually redo the floor so that the beat up looking floor is everything except for this small section, because now this is like the abandoned area, so the abandoned area got bigger. That's probably a good idea. God damn it. Thanks, I hate it. I also hate that in 5.7, if you once you adjust this, then it unselects the sides. You can't see it through the walls. You gotta keep clicking. Like, that's so annoying. Yeah, I need to go through and add a bunch of new stuff, update all the information, because a lot has changed since then, and things are even better in the game than on there, and I'm just like, but. Actually, I don't have a good excuse. Health problems, I guess, is my excuse. Sure. Not a very acceptable excuse, but, you know, I guess it is. Sure. I'm gonna make this slightly longer, since it just goes inside this wall anyway. Dream game probably won't be able to build as a slowdown you like. I mean, mine isn't either, so you know. Really that simple. What you see here is not my dream game. What you see here is the dream game I can make. I've been talking about all the things I've had to cut out of the game because it just can't be. I'm one guy, and at some point, I have to understand a simple truth. One guy can only do so much, you know? And that was one of the harder lessons to learn, honestly. And a lot of game devs never learn it. So my advice is learn it quicker, sooner rather than later, for sure. Yep. A lot of game devs, they don't want to learn it, and then they do a lot of things, and then their game is impossible to make, and they have to do one of two things: either trim it down as much as possible, or just give up. Make it a smaller game instead, you know? That simple. Is really just no two ways about it. I'm gonna do it this way, actually. I just need to do this section here. I'm happy with the fact that this game is closer to my dream game than it was. Right? Because the dream game I wanted to make was obviously too big, and I'm dumb. or even thinking I could make that. But this game here is much cooler than the other game I was originally making, and it's partially there, you know, like it's kind of in, you know, the dream game world. Like I'm working on it, you know? And that's good enough for me, for sure. Programmer, 3 Dars, level center? Yeah. Hey, Shawnee, how's it going? We're just discussing the great, you know, problem that many game devs suffer, over-scoping. The dream game requires way too many people to make versus the dream game you can successfully make yourself. Will I make another game? I guess it depends. If this one just does like abysmal, I might rethink my, you know, game dev strategy. I did want to make the other game I was making initially as well at some point. And if this game does well, obviously Poppet Quest 2 would have to happen. There's just no world I would not make Poppet Quest 2 if Poppet Quest 1 was amazing. The viewpoint at 10 FPS is solid 60, and it says 60 milliseconds. I mean, if you're getting 60 FPS in the editor, as soon as you package that game, it's going to have way better FPS because Unreal Engine's stealing your FPS like crazy. Heck, if you just close out any extra windows you have, like any content browsers and blueprints, your FPS will go up in the engine too. It's pretty funny. The engine's heavy. You know, you have to get a million sellers, we can make the next game. Exactly. Like, I'm not in any hurry to make another game after this one. I'm just going to keep adding to it and releasing DLC if the game is, you know, actually, even if the game doesn't do well, because I've heard people have success stories by simply making their game better and better and better. Like, if constant support and updating to the game will cause Steam to keep kicking it back up. And the algorithm, like, you know, they see that, you know, there's activity with it. You can No Man's Sky that thing too, you know, or, you know, there's other indies that have done it too. I've been hearing stories about it, and they're just like, yeah, it didn't do well at first, but I just kept adding to the game, and eventually the game was, you know, became popular because it just got better and better. That's really what I'm doing, because starting a new game from scratch, that's years down the road. Am I sure I want to make another risk like that? It'd be a lot easier to just take the game I already have and make it better. Hey, your FPS should be really good on Lincoln, sir. It should be really good. 60 in the engine means your game is running at ridiculous. Especially for Unreal Engine purposes. Oh, I'm not sure what that particular one means, because there's stat unit says a bunch of ones by it. Maybe it's just the overall average of the various draw things that are, you know, eating up your frames. Like your whole game requires this many milliseconds for the draw. That makes sense. Because stat unit brings like up like the framing, you know, game ones on it, and like time it takes and all those. Alright, so I don't need this one anymore. I do, but I don't. I mostly need the material of it. And I can just dupe this one. I'm adding more brushes. I'm not doing a good job at all of stopping the brush problem. Damn it. The worst. No, no, no. All adjacent surfaces. I wish everything shared the same floor type. It makes it a lot easier. I just have to have my cool dilapidated section. Make my life all hard for some reason. I don't know why I'm doing this here when I need to... Actually, I'm just going to lower it down. It's fine. It just needs to be lowered. How far into the ground is this? Quite a bit, actually. Yeah, I just gotta make a fake floor for these two, and then I can have troughs for everywhere else. And have my black goo going through all the place. Like it's Ghostbusters 2 or something. Hell yeah. I mean, you know, why not, right? Ghostbusters 2? Anyone? Maybe? Those who don't know, in the movie, they found like all these rivers of slime going into the city, and those were what's causing all the paranormal activity everywhere. What's this black goo? It's kind of like slime, except for it's black goo. Who doesn't like black goo? I mean, really. People are going to hate water in my game. It's really very simple. They're just going to absolutely hate it. At the end of the day, they're just going to hate everything about water in this game. Or liquids in this game. Just because there's liquids like everywhere. Vigo the Carpathian. Hell yeah, I forgot Vigo's name. Vigo is a stud, let no one tell you different. Climbs the whole city, has this big old painting, how cool he is. Yeah. I don't know about possessing a baby's body, that does seem a little awkward. Pretty certain I'd aim for an adult, you know, so I didn't have to wait years to grow up, but you know. They didn't make him the smartest in the Carpathians, but, you know, listen. They made him powerful. Didn't exactly go the Gozer route, which was just a naked chick in bubble bath. It's like... I mean, to be fair, I kind of wish you did go the Gozer route. Did I shrink the wrong one? Whatever. Oh yeah, there'll be a reveal of who the toy maker is at some point. Not a fight against him. He's not stupid enough to be in this place after dark. What kind of a moron would do that? Well, maybe certain sections of it, but it wouldn't really be a very good fight for you. I don't see how you'd even win a fight like that, to be honest. Now, your antagonist is Charlotte and the curse itself. And that alone is enough, and if the game ever goes far enough, like, you know, let's say that there's, God forbid, like a Poppet Quest 2, then we can talk about maybe revenge against, like, the toy maker or something. But that would involve leaving the actual place and going into the rest of the city. And there would have to be some real drastic changes to make that a possibility. Because the city's just not built for gameplay. Everything's too big for Poppet. So... Oh, because you drop Poppet Logit? Yeah, pretty much. I had plans for 2. Alien Dance, yeah. I did have plans for 2. I won't share them because, you know, it spoils a lot of how the game ends for it to actually happen. Otherwise, it would make no sense. So I won't say, because I don't want to spoil that. You can see the things in the game, that's fine, but I've left the story largely unspoiled. To at least give you guys that much. I feel like a real jerk if I spoiled that. But presumably you would get to go into the city at that point. But again, this is just not built for it. Moving around the city is really, really awful. Because everything is giant size in these things already. Which then makes the city like Titanic size versions of things. So remember, Poppet's a normal sized character. It's everything else that was made large. So these things are like 8x the size of a normal shelf. Should be this big. Is the Poppet size shelf. Some of these buildings are like 20x the size or something. That's right. See that Starbucks? You can go there. Why not the other way around? You see, when I first tested this, like some of the early streams, I actually did test making Poppet smaller. And what I found was that the Unreal Engine has a really hard time with tiny collisions. So it was so inconsistent that she'd end up phasing through things and stuff. And because there was this Victorian house that came with the this asset pack, and it's a beautiful house. There's almost all the assets in there, like over 500 assets. I use them all throughout the game. I shrunk Poppet down to wander around there. And she'd have issues with phasing through walls, and the camera would flip all over the place and do terrible things. It just didn't... Unreal Engine is not really built to deal with something so small. Yeah, 10x, yeah. Hard choices, yeah. Because it would have been a lot easier if I could have just scaled only Poppet down and everything else was already scaled. But it didn't work like that. It didn't work like that at all. So I do the other way. And it's led to some problems for sure, but the way I see it is, you know, when you make your giant world with all your trees and everything like that, this is no different, except that things are building now. Instead of mountains, you have buildings. They probably just made everything larger. I mean, there's no reason not to. People act like there's some bizarre reason you can't make stuff larger, but when you make mountains and things like that and everything, you make things big. So it's perfectly normal to make static meshes huge. It's just an optical illusion. Like the only time you'd shrink a character would have been like when, like, you know, in the Alice Madness Returns type of mechanic where she shrinks down using the potion thingy. Then the character shrank, sure. But other than that, I actually don't think they even shrunk the model. I think they actually just had a smaller model. Because cloth physics don't scale. So Poppet's hair and her dress won't scale because I had a tarot card that enlarged Poppet. Like strength originally made her large, so she could, like, you know, eat up little smaller toys. But the issue was that her hair would end up really short, and so would her dress because of that. And then I scaled her down to make a voodoo doll of her, which I still have around somewhere. And I'll show you what happened with that one. I won't attach her hair until it starts, but I tried to convert Poppet into a metahuman to see how it would look using their little stuff. It was atrocious. But yeah, look. Because her hair doesn't scale. Even though I didn't apply the physics, her hair just doesn't scale with it. So her hair is ginormous. And her outfit's a little bit longer. You can see where it goes like a bit longer, farther down to her knees and everything. But that was what happened.
Why are you talking to me? Steering me to use the steam.
As far as I mean, I'm using the same animation thing. I haven't converted Poppet over to a metahuman model. I thought about trying to do that. There's a system now to do it or something. I'd love to get rid of Daz. The problem, however, is that the all of her clothing has to be converted too. Oh yeah, it's terrible physics sim. So I'm assuming that that's what they did for her, is they just simply had like, they probably had the big model and then they probably scaled it down and then replaced it with a smaller model so that her hair physics and dress physics work. And they might have even done it midway through. They might have actually shrunk it down like part way and then switched it with the other one, and then like that one being a little larger and shrunk that down the rest of the way it's supposed to be. So this one was slightly enlarged and this one was like, you know, shrunk down a bit to meet halfway so it would look better. Because I can't think of any other way you could do it with, but I guess it is worth mentioning that Madness Returns was made in Unreal 3, and I don't know how the cloth physics worked in 3. I know the cloth physics in 4 were like infinitely more efficient than the ones in 5. They're like, but this one's so much better, it can like hit off like things in there. Yeah, whatever. That's way too resource intensive. That stuff no one's going to use that in their game. You could toss cloth physics on everything in UE4, and it required nothing. The resource requirements are a joke. Did the exact same outfit in 5? Oh my god. Mistakes were made. For sure. Yeah, I've done a lot of experiments with this crap to see what I could make happen, and before arriving at this, and yeah, about that. Many of them did not work out. No, not at all. I can make this room larger. Maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't have this side room. Yeah, Possum's really having fun. Like, we were just talking about how UE5 largely has been a failure. Like all the big companies that are making all the games, they're using UE4. Almost nothing's ever been released in UE5 at this point. It's only been out for 4 years. They haven't even had time to make most AAA games. But almost everything in UE5 hasn't been adopted by really any portion of the industry. Some of us indies are messing with it, and that's kind of it. Lumen, Nanite, failures. Nobody picked them up. They aren't even, like, you know, production ready at the end of UE5. There's still portions of them that are just experimental and beta. Bunch of industries, games, film. Yeah, a single solution. That's the thing. They can't decide. They try to serve all masters and then fail to serve any. Now it's just pick which broken technology you want to try to make work in your game. And that's the UE5 dream. I'm putting the goop under all this whole area here. I have plans now for the goop. I try to find solutions that get the job done, even though they weren't necessarily what I originally wanted them to be. There's what would look good if I did that versus what I can, you know, successfully what I wanted it to be. Like, what can I accomplish that looks good versus what can't I accomplish? Where do I need to make the oh gosh, what's the word for it? The concessions. Oh, Gears Halo coming out. Oh, yes, that's what it is. Nice feature, of course. The question is, are they all using UE5? And so far, nothing's really come out yet for it, so like almost nobody's actually used UE5. Like I said, it's only been 4 years, so they haven't had time. And maybe they will adopt some of it in the future. It's possible. We'll see. But the game would have to have been started after 2022. April 2022 when it came out, so it hasn't had very long with any game you're making with it. So largely it's been a failure so far. Nobody's adopted it. Like some might, that's a few companies doing it, and we'll see how it goes. But they're talking about UE6, and they haven't even finished all the crap in UE5. I'm sure the companies making those are like, really? They're probably upset with them. I would be. Was you use UE5 until after the game? UE5? Nice. Okay, well. Man, Silent Hill F is not even a Silent Hill game. I don't even know why they're calling it that. It's so dumb. I'm like, this isn't... Silent Hill's a place, jerks. What are we talking here? This is... It's not like a state of mind, okay? Silent Hill is a literal place that they've created. So if you're not in Silent Hill, is it really a Silent Hill game? Thanks, I hate it. They were just trying to capitalize off the name for that weirdo game. I'm not surprised the remake could have used it, though. Because a remake doesn't take very long to make by comparison. We are hitting that point where companies can shoot out a game, I guess. That's not like a unique game. And have time. Yeah. Well, there you go. What are you? Oh no, you're this. Sure. Yeah, I definitely think about how long it would take to make a remake. Those are obviously going to be a lot faster. For sure, for sure. Didn't I load up the list? Sure. Yeah. Well, you've already got everything set up like that, and those games have been in production for longer than, you know, UE5 has existed, so it's not like they could have... I don't think they were going to stop midway through and be like, yeah, we're adopting that. Right? They have a whole pipeline, everything's already set up. It'll be interesting to see. I might goop this area too, maybe. I'll put something... I kind of like to make this room bigger. Just make it more grandiose. That might happen. I should probably goop that area too. Yeah. I don't think the game is bad. I just think it's not a Silent Hill game. It just has nothing to do with Silent Hill. It's just like, okay, cool, but this isn't Silent Hill, bro. This is just some Japanese town. Cool. At least with Resident Evil, you can have a zombie outbreak anywhere and it makes sense. Self-fatal frame game? Yeah, pretty much. It does kind of remind me of Fatal Frame. I never played it, but I saw it played, so. As with many games, I saw a speed run of it. Games Done Quick is responsible for me seeing a lot of games. Thought I'd point that out to you. You may continue. I guess they could drain the rest of this crap off into the sewers. That's horrifying. I like that. They're remaking coming Fallout 3 remake, probably gonna do 5. I think I'm not too surprising they're remaking games in those. Very little time, I guess. We'll see. I mean, maybe they will. But didn't they do a remake for Oblivion? Was that already out? I don't know. I don't keep track anymore. Then Stack UE5. Was in your coming Asian that cash games are all UE5? Although maybe it's not as big a fail as I thought. We'll see. Things how they're gonna throw everything out in it and they didn't finish anything. We'll see how it goes. I mean, like all of us, we just kind of use whatever we have available, so maybe they're just going to accept the tools are broken and be like, yeah, we're going to use it anywhere. Maybe. You have to remake this door too, probably. Damn. Where's wall? I hate it. Sense phenomenon. It's not about town itself. No, it's actually a town. It was always a town. That was the whole point of it. The town called Silent Hill. Based on the whole Centralia thing that happened, you know, with the town with the coal fire underneath it. That everyone had to move out of. Turns out it's not like, you know, haunted or anything like that. It's just causes lots of sinkholes and is dangerous to be in, but, you know. They just decided to co-opt it because they realized their weird Fatal Frame game wasn't going to sell without the Silent Hill name on it. Seemed like an okay game, I guess, but again, just didn't really seem anything to do with anything. Yeah, I want a giant pipe going out of here, I think. Gonna rotate this so it looks like the goop is going the other way with my clever water here. Very clever, I know, for sure. Followed a tutorial and everything for it. Looks terrible in the light. That's fine, I don't have to have it look good in the light. It look terrible in the light. Nothing in my game has to look good in the light. Much better. Be perfect. I'm not gonna lie, that slight bluish, you know, purple light helps a lot of things. Like, it just helps make things look so much better. Actually, might be wise to just make one solid thing. I'm probably going to want to do the same type of setup I did in the other room with the metal here. Oh, that's right. These are actually an asset. I should have just made my own. Those assets are annoying to deal with. But it's going to be interesting to see. I don't think UE6 is going to get adopted. I think that UE6 is going to be kind of like the end of the line for Unreal Engine with how they're going with it. Don't know how I feel about that one. What if Anna just dropped? Of course, I could be wrong. I just like making predictions. It's more fun if your prediction is like, you know, more extreme anyway, because then, you know, people get more hyped on it. If you just like middle of the road that and say, yeah, it'll probably do fine. It's got a little bit of this like that. Nobody cares about that kind of prediction. That's not fun. I'm expecting complete and utter failure of UE6. That's my prediction because it's more fun than saying, well, indies will probably pick it up because some people want to try to use AI with it, and they'll get caught up in the hype and they'll never release a game. Like, and I went negative on that one again. Damn. Anyway, who knows? Outside of some ridiculous, you know, thing that I just have to have, I'm not pushing the 6 though. No matter what happens, it's the end of the road for me. This character could have a hidden variable that has, you know, drops depending upon whether or not you've accomplished certain things. I'm going to eliminate this room, I think. I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to have it here, and I kind of think this room is too crammed together because I moved it from... I think I moved it like 3 times. And each time I've moved it, I just kind of stuffed into whichever room I had, and... You know, it can be bigger. It can be much more ornate. It can look more like a final room, even though it's not the final room, but it can be the final room. You know, forget the bad ending. It most certainly can be the final route. Huh. I went overkill on that, didn't I? Oh, way off. You know what I should do? I should just unload all the crap in here so I can see what I'm doing. I'm looking around it, I don't care. This just has to be the bounds of the room. It doesn't make a difference on the rest of it. $140 is probably fine. That game needs a secret dog ending like Silent Hill had. You find out a dog was controlling everything. Kudos to them for having some weird endings. I'm not going to do that ending. I think it was 44 was the height of this one. Yeah. I might end up rotating this room too, potentially. I'm not even sure how this, how I want this fight to work. I think this fight needs a lot of space. But... oh, this fight I can just make larger. This is a brush. I haven't programmed this character's mechanics yet. He will make for a suitable last boss if you get the bad ending, for sure. So I just run that group in there. Have this area be slightly flooded. Oh, this door is... oh, actually, never mind. I made this blow because I was a bit tricked by the reflection in the wall in the goop. I was like, wait a minute. I'm so confused. Yeah. That one's on me. When in doubt, I just keep pushing things over near the walls and I'll figure it out. Gotta plan everything as much as I can. I don't plan on flying blind anymore. Unless I have to, but I prefer not to. What am I doing? Let me just put these at the same distance from the wall by just doing this like that. Same height, same distance, saves time. We'll decorate the wall here. Don't know why I'm doing that, but sure. Make it a little more homey. I think everything else in there can just be kind of moved over to the sides. I can center things or I rotate it. If I rotate it, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. Or I just put this in like the center here and like push these out to the sides more. I gotta make new pipes. I think I require a some creative inspiration. Right back. All right. Creativity juice has been acquired. Great. For sure. Oh. For some reason it wasn't scrolling down the social stream chat. I guess I'm missing things here. One second here. Let's see. Bajillion Chinese Souls-like Evaluate sequel. Interesting. That's when I got playing Resident Evil. I had them for years. Never gave them a chance. Now I think they're amazing. Nice. Resident Evil games are. There's a lot of them. They must be good. I mean, I played some of the earlier ones. I haven't played the later ones, but I've seen them played. They look cool. The only Townfall is the same way. It's another country. It's just it loses something when it's out. Now it's just a horror game. Get it? I believe it was probably last year. I was gonna say I could have sworn that came out, but you know, time flies for me. I don't know what could have been last month for all I even know. A handful of studios that can make their own UE5 anyway. Yeah, the problem which is Ubisoft, Capcom, Sony, Nintendo, and hit the UE quickly. Fair enough. Here's 6 the big gamble. I found with them making a big bet, as long as this got UE5 support, yeah. I mean, they're going to do it whether we're fine with it or not, for sure. Yeah. But, I mean, UE, they're still making UE 8, you know, UE 5.8, so, you know, like, updates to that. So 6 isn't going to be out for a while, and we'll see. I'm hoping that the computer resource cost, that, you know, like, from 5 to 6 is, you know, if they do it, is not as great as it was from, like, 4 to 5. Because I don't know if my computer could run 6, if it's that big of an upgrade. Like, you need a 5090 to run this. No, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I said UE 5.8 would be probably the last version. Yeah. It's the last version for the game animation sample project, so that sucks. Yeah, I was watching social thing going, look, the chat hasn't moved for a while. And I scrolled down, I was like, wait a minute, there's a whole bunch of them. It was like trapped way up here. And I was just like, wait a minute. It's still going. Because I saw the Twitch chat one, the background for this, and I was like, wait a minute, there's way more lines here. So, you know. I would say professional streamer here, but I mean, I still have a day job. I don't know if it counts as a professional streamer. To be fair, though, are you really a streamer if you don't make the most embarrassing mistakes possible on the most simple crap? Like a rite of passage. You just got to make every mistake possible. Let's see. So the view from here is... Let's put a little road thingy out here. These are my roads, by the way. The road's blind. I'm going to make it more ornate than this, but when entering the room, I want to see like what the view is and then try to build the room based upon the view of when you enter the room, right? Because I like to have a focal point of every room where, you know, there's something that catches the eye and that's what they remember about the room. And then everything else can kind of be an accent to that room. And so when you enter, you're going to be entering from like right around here. So if it's this way or this way, I guess it doesn't make a big difference. There'd probably be tanks in the way. I mean, I could have like it walled off a bit and then you like go all the way to the center here and then you see this like straight out here and have it out in this direction. But then that's just extending the hallway. And that seems kind of like unnecessary. Like this hallway is already going to be a problem for like populating it because it's really ridiculously long. And I need to find an answer for this because of that. I mean, I could shrink the size of central power. Just make this window smaller and then just assume this tank just goes off into nothing. I could just do that and I could increase the size of broken things. After I just completed this wall, you know, like a champion. I'm gonna change it now that I've completed it. And this wall too. Yeah. But then it would make the hallway just this small section here, which wouldn't be that bad. Hallways suck. Like there's a lot of space above on this one, but there's just, since you can't put a lot of furniture because you expect someone to walk through it, it kind of becomes awkward. I'm not even sure this is going to be here. I was just trying to decide which was the entrance to the final area. And the portal is much cooler looking, more epic than just the simple side thing off of here. I might go with that. So it would make sense if he had a secret entrance here. So maybe I just have a button that opens this. So if once you found your way into here, you can button your way back into this area. Which would be... I mean, there's a painting in here. So there is a gameplay reason to go there. There's not much reason to go out this way. Well, actually, there'd be a shop, so it would be a secret way to broken things. In fact, broken things could open from some sort of a button that's in this area too, so then you have to backlit all the broken things that way. So it can be effectively the fifth, or actually the fourth shop in the game without being easily accessible until after you beat it. It's like an EX shop. I kind of like that. To be fair, I can just not give you the key. I can just wait to give you the key to broken things until much later. Originally, this was supposed to be the bricked off area, so then they, people just thought that portion of the building was bricked away and that no one was going in there. Like, as you know, it's just, for whatever reason, they decided that that portion was, shouldn't be used anymore. So it's, obviously dilapidated and messed up. But because this is now a thing over here, this is the new bricked off area. But these secret passages can be opened by any particular item, whereas the doors are only opened by the keys. So visually, that doesn't work terribly well. I want the player to suspect there's more to the game without having it be obvious that there's more to the game, right? Because, like, I'm probably going to change this to not bricks anymore. Because I want them to, fail the first time. I want them to get the bad ending. And, like, if you explore around enough, you won't get the bad ending. Like, if you're a thorough explorer, you won't get the bad ending. Probably. You'll at least get the tools to not get the bad ending. Whether or not you choose to get the bad ending once you have the tools, that's on you, okay? But, I want them to think, hey, maybe there's more to it like that, but just kind of giving them an idea. It's like, oh yeah, it takes up more space. Wait a minute. I don't know. I guess for now we'll have this just going out here, even though it's not going to be good yet. But I just need ideas, or a way out here. I'm not even gonna have this pentagram thing here. It's just whenever I have a boss, I put the pentagram thing there to remind myself that there's a boss, and to give make certain there's enough space for the boss. Well, I think I might just center it. And go this way. Just because I think it's a better visual this direction than that direction a bit. Because this direction shows more of the room at once. Whereas if you're looking over this way, then this whole side over here is like, not visible. You'll look this way and you'll walk in and you'll see nothing. Because when you first walk in, you're going to be walking straight in, obviously. Here you'll see this and you turn a little bit side. Otherwise, you have to turn way over. I don't like that. I think that's better. If that's the case, let's expand this room a bit. I recycle stuff all the time. It's so funny. No, actually, that can stay where it's at. It's possible I could have the Toymaker and have him be busy. Because that's the thing that could happen, for sure. I never did make a better heart, too. I want to have a cool steampunk heart. There's some ones I've been thinking of buying from the shop. I just forgot to buy them. Or maybe they haven't been on sale. Take your pick. like ghetto boss fight in there. There's no way that room will be big enough for that boss fight. Not even kind of. I was gonna have it the toys coming from here, like they're being made down here, but nobody knows the room exists. They're just like, where do the toys come from? It'll all make sense for sure. Oh, I switched to the pipes I made. So presumably you'll be able to wander through the pipes to get to places. I don't know where yet, but somewhere. Why is this pipe so big? Well, I know why it's so big, because I took out this whole wall over here, so yeah. I thought I had a pipe going up though. Interesting. This has to arrive at production. So let's throw production up. Another room that's moved a whole bunch of times. It's kind of like a giant puzzle where all the pieces only kind of fit, and I'm just trying to take a hammer and cram them in there. Yeah, it just needs to fit up to production up here. This production's actually just weird tubes where the toys are coming out of. And they're not being made there at all, but nobody knows that. They just think that this weird box making all the toys. Somehow some sort of assembly coming out. This whole room is a who knows room, but I figure there'll be some kind of assembly thing coming out of here or something, and just, you know, the toys springing up. Like, maybe this room will just be them packaging them and then taking them down here or something. That could work. Goes through security, I guess, and down into here, into really awkward. There's got to be a better way to do it. You can definitely tell that production is one of the rooms that I'm not 100% certain on, because it keeps getting moved around. But that is what we call a future me problem, not a now me problem. Now me doesn't care. Oh yeah, I turned it to a spline. There's a little bit of spline in all of us. Not true, but you know. Maybe. I guess we do get, like, you know, taller as you get older, so maybe we're just a spline that's just extending. Is this really UE10? Do we all just live in UE10 and we're all secretly splines? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I didn't content browse too with the hopes that you would browse the asset a second. Nope, that's not. You're so dumb, Yui, sometimes. I'm just saying. Fine. Mouse spline and canal channels. I guess I could also just not do canals at all. Because these canals aren't actually deep. I guess they could be deep if I wanted them to be deep. I could just scale them. Right? I arrived at the right thing eventually. I'm a little slow. It's fine. But is 3 what I want, or is it 4 I want? I guess I want to go all the way down to the bottom. That could work. I guess if I do that, then I don't even have to have the a fake floor underneath the whole thing. Can I copy the height? Sure can. I can always let you do that. Sometimes it's just got a different point that it starts from and it doesn't work. But every once in a while, you get away with it. And life is good. I guess I make fake floor areas like that. Can I send a channel towards the center? Obviously things are going to get moved around like crazy, but you know, whatever. Best not to question it. Just accept. I'm gonna make the number nice and easy to work with. Or not. Right. Yes, I did rotate it. Actually, it's just a different one entirely. This is actually part of a sewer system, and instead of using the crappy sewer stuff that they had, I just put a material over the top of it and said, oh, look, it's perfect. Originally, I was considering having like the sub-basement be like the sewers about all over the place, you know, like just, you know, like hidden down amongst it. But then I came to my senses when I realized an entire sewer system would take forever to fill up full of content. And that would be dumb. The last thing this game needs is even more rooms for me to stuff full of content. For sure. Oh, it's just negative 62. Aha. All coming together. I may release this game before UE6. I doubt that. But a man can dream. I guess. I want to extend this out some. Oh. Clicky, 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 clicky. I guess if I should just make this exactly the same size, honestly. That makes sense. I'm gonna do a quick trick here where I just cram this over here and then match the size. Nope. What are we doing? Mistakes were made. It's a spline. I can just do this. Probably put a hole in the wall or something like that, like a pipe or something that's going through. Or maybe I just trough the whole way and call it square. There's no real end cap on this though. But it could just be a hole in the wall that leads to this as well. Yeah, don't do this. Like 1.55? Guess 1.55 is fine. Quickly redo this so that they match up. Just blind, no need to do that. I guess this doesn't actually, maybe just like sewer entrance or something. I don't have an escape on there. Can I just change like sewer entrance? For now. It's not very well lined up. That's okay. For now, I don't care. It should really help tie this area together very well. Perfectly connected, as it should be. Not very perfectly connected. Guess doesn't have to go all the way over because, you know, it's underneath here anyway. Of course, I didn't know that when I was making it, so, you know. That has to go all the way to the wall. Indeed. Guess I could shove this over a bit. That's not there, it's something else on top of it. Oh, I see. Okay, no, things are fine. Maybe this one. No. All right, Poppet. He needs to have a sewer entrance room info. Or it won't work. And then I will be the sad. $102 rooms. Guess I can just copy the same music for around here. Hey Shrill, how's it going? Hey, It's come along pretty well. I'm working on the concept for the 4th area. Oops, ultras on this, not that. The concepts are kind of fun. You can see I'll run around them. All the fun, creepy things. With evil goop that just kills you. You got the 3 vines as in you? Can you do something? Yeah. There's another one I want that's right there. This is the concept rooms. I might make these damaging, I don't know. Or I give flying a little you have to get a little upgrade for it, so it has a little like Tesla coil to power it, so you can actually fly instead of just double jump. But now you can actually run all the way through the entire game from the first room to the last. Now most of the game is in concept form, and it's like not there yet for sure. I have a bunch of bosses to do for sure. Made the pool cooler too. I'm flying to the goop. Ah. I retooled all this stuff so that there's these tarot cards are passives and just have effects that are always working, and then the other ones give you actual weapons and stuff like that. Just because a lot of them were kind of on top of each other. Made a thing where Temperance now freezes stuff so that like you can fit freeze spinning blades and everything, so you can go with like fans and stuff. I love my hat. Ken has hat. What? Oh. I forgot. I don't have the key for it yet. The last painting area. There might be additional stuff afterwards, but since just, you know, conceptually, I need to have something to work with. I don't know why the music resets there. It's the same music. This is like in like the final like chapter thing like that, so flying is a thing. I might nerf flying because it's so overpowered that I don't really think it should exist as it is. Like it should probably be only in tarot form, and thus having it cost all the time. And I also probably shouldn't make the world have tarot form be free. Taking a second to switch because it's annoying because it wants to load everything else at the same time. I haven't actually started playing the whole time I'm doing this. It's just been building things, so it's taking forever to load everything. Yeah, I should have it just in Terraform. And maybe make it like a triple jumper. Just something. There has to be a nerf to it. It's too overpowered. I copied the boss behaviors of the first 2 bosses and just put them in here just as a joke. Because I don't have behaviors planned for these 2 yet. I don't jump in the pool. So, yeah, we'll see. You need flying at certain points, but I just think it needs to be limited big time, and I just haven't done that. A lot of things are going to get changed. The pentagram there is just there to remind me that a boss goes there. When in doubt, put a boss there. But Yeah, I'm kind of building some ideas for it. Yeah, it's the thing. Everything will have to fly at that point and fire projectiles and stuff, so I'm probably going to limit it. You only need it for limited like situations anyway. But right now, it's just purely infinite. So a lot of abilities I'm discovering were so overpowered, I've had to nerf them down or remove some of the ones that just were so ridiculous that I just couldn't make gameplay around them that worked. And flying will almost certainly be the same thing where I need to put a limitation on it that's pretty hefty. Like, yeah, it's really powerful when you use it, but not the best, you know. Like it's not like completely free. Won't be that hard to do. I just need to go through and tweak the areas where terraform is like free when you have the world and make it just not free when you have the world. Just remove all that extra code. And then just change it up where instead of using the flight thingy, if you have the flight thingy, if you're like just judgment, and also check if you have, you know, if you're in terraform or not. Because yeah, I think that flying is ridiculous. It just eats up it wipes out all the platforming and everything about that. It makes a lot of things just, yeah. Well, the game's not built for it. So far, I've found it to be not that fun because it just turns everything into a flight sim, and this is a Metroidvania, so it's not very good. But you know, right now it's just making concept areas, and I'll get to the rest of it. I've got like all sorts of concepts everywhere now for things. Yeah, one of the new mechanics added into the game. I put keys now to get through every single room, like, you know, so you can get through it. But all these keys aren't going to be where they're at, and they might not even have keys in some rooms, but just so I could run from start to finish in the game. I can play my own game, I swear. I was working on a vending machine. I would have it set to equip all these things. Ugh. Whatever, it'll work. Yeah, if you have temperance, then anytime you hit one of these fans, it'll stop them or it'll start them again. The gas system, wait for a charge. That's where I have terraform because curse is like all the power in the game. So if you're, you know, I like to make everything work around that. I no longer have things that cost sanity and stuff or health. It just was a lot of extra things that didn't need to be in here that seemed kind of weird. So I don't really want that to be a thing. So along came Terraform to fix a lot of the problems by just saying, hey, Terraform has a cost. And all these powers are like super strong in Terraform. If you gain a bunch of things you shouldn't have normally. I gotta make a better outfit for it. That outfit wasn't meant for Terraform, but I don't have another outfit, so here we are. Might become the Terraform outfit because I just don't have anything else. But yeah, I think that it has to go down to the Terraform is no longer free when the world is active, and flying is only if you're in Terraform. I get gameplay tags. The actual original thing was ghost form because that was the holdout from RPG Maker. and the concept of it, but I just changed the name. All right, so if true, do this. I don't want doing that. Just do this. And then if false, just do the chariot anyway. And if you switch to terraform the air, it will not give you wings. You'll have to jump again. It's going to make me save and just so I can move all at once. Of course. Do this. I'm just going to do this way. I don't like the other method. It just looks ugly. You can tell I crammed a lot of extra code in the center of this, huh? Just keep adding new code to the middle of it. Whatever, it's fine for now. And then I need to go to the upkeep graph, fate, sanity, and curse. Star healing. Where am I checking for the update of this here? I could have sworn this was on the update graph. The world stat update. Isn't it a weird location if memory serves? Just because of how it worked out. What the hell is this? This code's sitting there all by its lonesome? Had some purpose? Is that what it is now? Yeah, I'm just eliminating this. I don't check if the world's active or not. That should nerf the hell out of it. Like I say, it's just ridiculous. I shouldn't just be able to fly indefinitely. I don't want to program everything to have like aerial capabilities and everything. AI for flying, like flying AI is really hard. I have a swimming one, which is effectively flying but just underwater, and it's still pretty questionable for sure. All right, I still flew. I didn't change that correctly. Not free though. I might want to up the regenerate on the world then. Because now flying is really expensive. Oh, actually, it's not that expensive. Oh, so she's not in terraform, that's why. Looks like the only check is actually here. Wait. This should be off of true. If this is the double jump thing. Why am I checking for the judgment twice? Why does the code work? Guess it doesn't make much difference at that point. There might be some reason why I did it like that, but this just should be backwards, I think. Yeah, so if you don't have judgment, just run this. And then this hashtag goes up here instead. If true on this, and if false, same thing. Yeah, the game's getting pretty finalized in like a lot of the abilities and things. New CPU from your thermal paste. I'm just gonna buy a new CPU when I decide to replace thermal paste. It's fair. Redo the thermal paste at that point a couple times because I got affected by the board the second time, and I was like, really? Really? See how it is. Didn't work out at all. Because jump's not doing what it's supposed to. But terraform works. Kinda. So if you have the chariot, do that. Here. And then over here, if you have that, the directly goes farm sugar and fruit and just does terror the chariot. And that part worked. But then you get to here. And it doesn't launch. 300 shit and it's not thermal throttling? Not a bad plan to replace then. Yeah. Guess depends how long before you get a new CPU. Like if you're gonna get a new CPU like immediately, then might as well wait. But if you're gonna wait like a long time, thermal paste is cheap, yo. Oh, there's a better picture than this. Well, it's gonna do this no matter what, so it's just few months, man, fair. You don't mind the crappy performance in the meantime, right? Then no worries. I think it's actually like here. I'm pretty certain that's the culprit. In fact, I don't know why it wouldn't be. Yeah, the RX system XD, my PC, the super hard with thermal throttling? Maybe. I usually find my CPU doesn't even come close to overheating. Rare to see one of them do that. Unless you're like, you know, overclocking them. Usually they're so far within safety ratings that it doesn't make much difference at all. I know what the problem is. I should have a bunch. I should be gaining back sanity way faster, or first way faster. But I have the souls. So I'm trying to balance around something that's not. I don't have the items I should have in this game. Nerex 9060 AG on school. Got the fans in school and silver killing. Interesting. Well, good to see they made some improvements, right? Oh, hey, Twitch paid me finally. In like half a year they paid me because I took like 6 months off from health problems. But $81 my game got to be better. Hell yeah. I already spent it on the last sale. I was like, I'm getting $81. Oh shit. We getting the goods. YouTube stream's doing terrible tonight. And YouTube is so all over the place. I was thinking about it because I got like $110 on YouTube yesterday. It was nice. $100 dono. Oh yeah. Give me new characters in my game because of that dono. That's over. Oh yeah. Yeah. And the memberships, including you, only good sir. Thank you, thank you. I think technically yesterday because there was like 3 memberships or something, and I it depends on how much they take of the donations on there, or how much I get. Like if they took 0 of it, then I think I made $113 yesterday on YouTube. I get about $1 per membership because YouTube takes half of it. Yep, I don't know what they take out of the super chats. That's okay. I think I get like 45% on Twitch of any like sub. I get mostly like if anyone ever like does bits or something, I think I just get all of that. Like the bits seem like pretty good on there, but man, if you're not like a Twitch partner, they just rake you over the coals. YouTube seems about the same. Getting money on YouTube is hard. It'll be the first time I ever get paid by YouTube. Seeing as how they were holding on to I think like 41 bucks for me or something like that. I'm probably getting over $100 because, well, the minimum payout's $100 there, but I'll finally get paid by YouTube. That'd be a milestone, really. I may have been paid by Kick too, but with Kick, there's no ads, so you just get to watch people paying on Kick or just because they want to support you. On Kick, I get 95% of their sub. Pretty good. By the way, big cooler. One of the triple fans, the door part and the fans in case cold. Not GP fans, it's fair. And I find that I really haven't had a GPU overheat in a long time, but that's also because my case has 10 fans. So, and we keep the house around 76, so that kind of means that it's usually cool enough. Wish I could increase the amount of stuff you got from the membership stuff. You know, you have like 4 different icons on YouTube. We have 4. Why does this say upcoming? YouTube's like, you have 3 streams. I'm like, no, just 2. Maybe that's causing problems. I understand you can delete the thing that is an upcoming event. Yes, you can do that. It's fine. Yeah. Though I think memberships are just forever, right? As soon as you pay for the membership on YouTube, you just have it. I don't think it's a monthly fee. When it's on Kick, the like 95% things on it. The goods. In case you want to watch on Kick or something. Anyone wants to watch on that one? I'll link on the other ones too. There's actually no real downside to watching on Kick because, like I say, there's no ads. Like, there's just no ad. It's literally just watching the Twitch stream. There's no ad. And you can opt to sub to me if you want, but all you get is a bunch of emojis. I don't know why people won't use more Kick. Use Kick more often. So much better than Twitch, but it's smaller than Twitch. Obviously, YouTube is way bigger than both, but I'm gonna link it in my Discord too. I need to figure out where I've figured in this soul thing. Yeah, well, that too. You can block ads on YouTube as well, and YouTube's a good place to watch. This you don't even have to block the ads; it just doesn't have ads. That part's kind of nice. Okay, yeah. So there's only 4, so by this point, I need to remember to update the struct collectibles for that. So the insanity messages list the various thingies. I suppose I'd look at that. This is just to update my dev thingy so I know what I have at each location. But I just think everyone should block ads anyway. I get paid so little for ads that it's kind of irrelevant. If you like the description with your Google Fitbit, nice. I just use Brave Browser. It just blocks the ads anyway. As an added benefit, you can also use Spotify through Brave Browser, and it blocks all the ads for Spotify too. Don't use the Spotify app just on desktop. Actually, you can also do it through mobile as well. You set the Brave Browser to treat things as a desktop thing, and then it'll let you run Spotify through that. So then on your phone, you can have Spotify for free with no ads. I do that on my tablet. Sometimes on my phone too. I don't listen to Spotify on my phone that often. And then the you get the better version too, so it lets you just move to whatever songs you want, play whatever lists. Unlike the crappy Android app that makes you randomize things. Yeah. Yar her matey. I'm old school. I remember sailing those digital seas. I think sanity messages, I believe, is what's that? Oh, I see. Sanity asset class, this thing here. Yeah, I can't watch ads. You can actually block ads on Twitch easily with things too, but the methods are a lot more ghetto. And I don't know how much I trust them because Brave wasn't running very well after that. I was like, but it could have been my motherboard eating it too, so it's hard to say. Just give it kicks fun. Poppet categories. We can't get pick mods to pick you out of the category. Oh yeah. It's terrible. Like I get moved. Like every time I move to like IRL like that, when a few categories that had anything, I would just get moved to various crap. Because, yeah, it's stupid. I think what they're trying to really do, it's not really them trying to take away partner views. I think what they're trying to do is that they're trying to get people to stop bunching up because everyone's just bunching up in the popular categories because the other categories are ghost towns. So if they don't force people to move out of there, then no one's ever going to. And, yeah. And to be fair, I've gotten, even though the category is way smaller, for the game development thing. Like it's basically a joke over there. I still get people who actually come and look for game devs there, whereas in IRL thing, it was just bots. It's just bots the whole time. Like nobody would ever find me. There was really no benefit to being in IRL streaming, one of the big category things on it. My testing, I mean, there's a few games. I've been rated a couple times on there. I mean, yeah, I do like slightly worse in there than I do on Twitch. And to be fair, it's not like I have a huge following on Twitch, but a lot of my following is also spread out across multiple platforms. A lot of people just watch me on YouTube because YouTube's just a better viewing experience than Twitch. And as long as people are watching, I don't care where they watch. I mean, yesterday, YouTube, between the two streams, had... Yeah, 42 peak concurrents and 11 there. The previous day was insane. It was like 60 and 33 for the two streams on Twitch. Sorry, not on Twitch, on YouTube. And most people watch on YouTube because, like, say, Twitch just kind of sucks. That's what it is. I mean, I get rated on Twitch periodically, and that's kind of... And sometimes, like, if I happen to stream really late and I catch the early morning European crowd, I'll pick up viewers on that. But otherwise, I'd probably be better off if I just stuck with one and tried to pump it all in. Probably if I just stuck with Twitch, because I get the most money in the short term. In the long term, I think it's a terrible plan to just stick with Twitch. Twitch is, you know, losing viewership pretty badly, and the category is real small on Twitch. Even if you like it's got enough to support maybe 2 people living off that category. It's a very small category. Nice concurrence. Like you're getting that many concurrents? Because man, if so, that is awesome. Yeah, that's like, if you could average, you know, the middle of that, you'd be a partner. Or you'd be almost a partner. I think you'd be like 68 or something like that. So you'd be close to the 75 concurrents you needed to be a partner. In which case, do whatever you were doing. It was a good plan. Oh, I needed to find something there. I need to find, I want to give the names of that I'm looking for. Oh, I don't even check. I just check on, it's just random int and range, so it doesn't even care. I just need to have a certain number of souls by the point. Been collabing with Anthropia Universe streamers? Great community? Nice. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, if it's gonna get you to partner, you should do it. You know, you should definitely do it. I'm not consistent enough to probably ever hit partner for anything. It's like take months off all the time. Whatever. The game will get finished when it gets finished. Probably. Sure. Why not? I'm the worst content creator. It's so lazy. It's mostly health problems, but I'm going to claim laziness because it sounds cooler. Okay, 3-month break? Yeah, that just kills viewership real hard. Came off of a 6-month break from health problems, I understand. Every time I start to get popular, boom. Big break from health problems. Ruins everything. It's not destined to be the chosen one. milestones. That's what I need. Alright, so let's add souls to the milestones. Also, I need to change out some of these ones here. The tarot cards, I should have. Not strength. I gave him a bunch of ones I shouldn't have. Yeah. Big break time. You know, listen, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta take those breaks. Life shows up. Streaming's not really all that profitable, so you know, yeah. Better to do it when you're, you know, just having fun with it. You know, just check back periodically, you know. Remind everyone you're still alive, I guess. Not a bad plan, I guess. Yep. Pretty much. I too am afraid of success. I understand. I'm pretty confident I could easily be, you know, live off streaming if I could be consistent. Because I keep getting popular again and again and again, and then I keep having health problems and screwing it up. So am I giving the star out before that? I don't think I am. You gotta unlock enough paintings. But I saw, I forgot who it was, but there's actually a couple people who, when they got too many people watching them, they would raid those viewers out. Because they didn't like being watched by so many people, and I was like, what? What? I don't understand. That's weird. I don't get it. Crazy Mini Masters, I stopped streaming there when the game was popular, then I stopped. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's the content creation game. You just gotta, it's just nose to the grindstone. You don't get to stop. The algorithm will just bury you otherwise. It's also why you build yourself up a Discord, so this way, you know, whenever you come back, you have a starting point where you're higher up than you were before. That makes a big difference. Because every time I've had problems, I can go, oh yeah, I'm back to streaming again, and just tell the Discord, and suddenly, you know, there's like over 100 people there that are just ready to go, you know? Sure, I lose people throughout the things, but plus I also need to collect that big, you know, YouTubers and things like that. I had a guy with 700,000 subs in my Discord who's waiting on my game. So at least, you know, 7,000 subs on YouTube, obviously. If it's 700,000 on Twitch, they'd be like the top Twitch streamer. Be the chosen one. God, the chosen one. I need to look my documents here quick. I need to know what happened. And like normal people come back and start streaming? That's fair. I just find my breaks are often really long, so, you know. Yeah. 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 I think you have to unlock the library one. You only can have these 4. It should give me all the keys too that for each of the things that, you know. But yeah. Didn't. Oh wait, there's no souls here. lot of people watching on Twitch. When I first started, I don't think they're Twitch anymore. Elsewhere, yeah, I mean, Twitch has been losing viewership for quite a while. It's very much a sinking ship because, you know, they were pretty much the only game in town for a long time, and then YouTube started pushing streaming, and Kick started pushing streaming, and Rumble started pushing streaming. Like, you know, other places started doing it, and Twitch's chat experience is usually the best of the lot, but unfortunately the viewing experience is like one of the worst of the lot. Kind of what I found. Like, if I'm going to talk with a streamer and like their community, it's usually better to do so on Twitch. But to be fair, my experience with Kick isn't very much yet. I haven't really sat anyone streaming Kick. I probably should. Like, I should really push Kick more than Twitch, because I don't really care about Twitch all that much in the long run. Like I say, the category is so small, and I don't plan on streaming in other categories, because I want to make a game. Make a game. But the viewership numbers on YouTube are so much higher. So, like, the crowd is so much bigger, and Kick just not having ads, just being an overall better experience, makes me want to push that one a little harder, I think. Oh, expected level too. I think I'm just auto setting the level on these. Yeah, I'm just setting the level. Don't have to figure out all the ones there. Yeah. I don't know. I'll put all my eggs in lots of baskets. Yeah. I need to start streaming to Rumble as well. Just to get all of them. Because the goal is really just to get people interested in the game. If I happen to make some money in the process, awesome. Congratulations. That's fantastic. Oh hell, I'm up to 255 wish lists. Oh yeah. Updating my stream titles. 255. Hell yeah. Every time it goes up by 5, I update my wish list count in the stream title. I've been picking up a lot of wish lists from just linking it in the stream lately. Ever since I started streaming to shorts, it's been like, you know, 2 or 3 wish lists a night. That's not 0. That's pretty good. Tarot cards to unlock in the library. I mean, you obviously have the Fool at this point. And the Magician. You have the Hierophant. Hierophant's on that one. Temperance is not the one there. I switched it to the Hangman. Made more sense anyway. Temperance worked okay too, but... And then, like, the Star. Sure. Tell me I didn't leave these equipped. Good. Yeah, overall, I'm, happy with my progress in most places other than YouTube not hitting the full sub amount I want yet. Once I get to 1,000, I won't care anymore. I just want the free ad money. Well, it's not like free, but you do have to stream. Maybe I'll make the sun recover sanity instead. I was like, it made it make you immune to fire, but I don't really think that's necessary. I don't need another barricade ability, essentially. But if it just gave you a sanity boost if you're in the dark, just if you're in terror form, and they just give it out way later. Hmm. Oh, all these ones need a soul added to them as well. One of the other mechanics that needs to be added in. Like Patrick's soul, I guess? Or Patrick? Queen Trouble is good. How it's doing now? With your rank up, you get paid. Rank with? Have people donating to you? Okay. I don't think I've even heard of that one, but I've just been slowly adding. Recently added a dedicated short stream on YouTube. I have like 4 streams going right now. But a 5th one might be good. I considered Rumble because I know it exists. But I also can't get my, you know, imaginary villain name on there because someone, I guess, took it. So I didn't want to use it because they didn't have my name available. It's like, I don't really want to use this one. It's got some weirdo name. You can just check what Patrick dropped. This is to improve my testing for later. So I can just test what I actually should have in an area. Yeah, I can't say I've looked into Trovo. I might as well keep a bookmark of it or something so I can remind myself that it's a thing. And I'll see what it takes to become a streamer on it, and you know, if they have any kind of game dev anything, or I don't know. Be streaming a game. I guess I'll have to look into it. I don't know. I don't know much about it, but oh, they want me to make a login for it? Yeah, I'll deal with that later. Yeah, I'll look into it though. Any place where I can easily become monetized and, like, you know, it's easy to set up makes a good difference too. Like, I don't want one where I have to, like, YouTube's a big pain in the ass to set up multiple streams on. I mean, automatically you already have to do like change your link, you know, that you tell everyone in the Discord about every time, but then you also have to create like a scheduled stream and then stream to that as well for doing the shorts thing. It's just a mess. I like Twitch is where you just start, and Kick's the same way as Twitch. Admittedly, Kick's backend is a real dumpster fire. It's very bare bones. Do they? Huh. That's weird. Wait, doesn't Patrick have a soul he drops? He drops a soul, but he doesn't. Did I not factor that in? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not good. Yeah, it sounds like an interesting platform, if nothing else. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look and see. I need to be a lot more consistent about streaming at like a specific time too. In all honesty, it should probably be later in the day than that. I've been streaming early lately because I just, whenever I wake up in the middle of the night, I just tend to stream. Sometimes I just can't sleep, so I just can do wake up and go, screw it, I'll stream. So calculator. I think I made a mistake here, so it's like 110 divided. Actually, figure this out there. It's 1.2. 110 divided by 6. Doesn't seem right. That's 18.33 seconds. That's not long at all. They have a quest for you to post where you gain points. You stream for so long to gain points, all kinds of quests. Things watching your stream. Interesting. Good job, waste time. You want to review convert? Yeah, I didn't even get any views when I posted some shorts on TikTok, so I just kind of ignored it. I was like, okay, well, if I have to work to get viewership on this, then I don't want to. I don't. I'm not going to put time and effort into that. I could. Just debating on this thing here. Yeah, I mostly just want to focus on YouTube. I think right now being the best one to get on, and then I do content creation for it, just so I can get enough like tutorial videos to build up some subs, and then just keep streaming middle of the night where I get more sleepers. I guess I don't know. Actually lost it. I'm back to 599. Damn it. It is what it is. TikTok conversion rate is close to 0. First house conversion rate, help me grow the plans. Yeah. X is the one I'm looking at because I have I already pay for the X membership anyway, just so I can get better replies on things, like higher rating on my advertisements, effectively. I need to go back to doing that because I got most of my wish list through use of X. So that was pretty good. $8 a month is basically nothing for purposes of this. This is 130 divided by 7, I believe. That would give you only 18 seconds on average. It'd be a lot harsher if you weren't max level. Maybe that's better. Maybe it'd make your life really hard. Yeah, X is good. I need to focus on it more too. I can stream to X as well, which maybe I'll try doing. I'll have to see how that works. Again, it's like, I don't know. Maybe write down some of these other ones here. So like 18.57 if alt. At that point, it'd be 18.57, actually 18.33. I'm doing the math to see if I should include Patrick as being one of the people as a soul. Probably should, because all the storyline bosses kind of do so far, so it's kind of... Otherwise, Patrick's just a fish out of water. But yeah, I need to go back to that. When I was getting so many views on X, when I was just doing my, you know, posting my trailer over and over, and I was collecting followers like crazy. And then I stopped because of all the health problems and just never came back to it. But I mean, let's see if I find the thanks for following me, Roland 21. How's it going? We're just discussing the best places to get traffic or conversions for, you know, your games and stuff. But yeah, here's what was happening when I was posting on X a lot. You can see where I was doing like the regular posting every day and just getting, you know, 1,000+ views a day. One time I got like, you know, 3,000+. And I was just posting my trailer over and over. Picked up lots of followers. Sure, I lost followers though, but I also picked up a bunch. So, and then I got all the health problems right around here and just stopped, as you can see. And I think someone posted my trailer or something right here. Very nice of them. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to doing this and just farming impressions because I picked up, I think, a couple hundred wish lists, actually about 150 wish lists, I think, from this. So it does add up. I have a good strategy for that. I think I'm gonna add a soul there. Patrick doesn't drop a soul, but he can. I thought he did. Oh, I never changed these. Oh, it doesn't even matter because this thing here just does whatever it does. I think on spawn or something it inherits the name of whatever. Oh yeah. Well, Patreon's a good place to drag people to if you want to try to provide a service. Instagram was worthless when I was messing with it. I don't know why I would ever be on OF. I don't even know what LF is. IF? LF? Must be terrible. I want streaming places, and then X is just a community hub, and if you're not on X, you're dumb. It's really that simple. You're just dumb. It's just, you're just leaving the money on the table at that point. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're dumb. Yeah. You're just dumb. Item cost 100. I don't like cost 100. I just put it on there because it's funny. You know, there are behind the scenes content. Yeah. I mean, you know, some like game devs will provide various like files on there like that, you know, asset packs they've made, art they've made, you know, models, whatever. So, and so it's a thing. You could go on it, right? I mean, I suppose classes that you do. Bunch of options, really. I didn't grab the collectibles yet. My cheat thingy isn't very well set up. Hello? Yeah, I'll have to look into all those. Like, it's usually just one more thing at a time, but I've resolved to be a better content creator than I was before, for sure. Like, before I was just only wanted to do game dev, but now I realize that I'm gonna need to branch out a little bit more than I want to. It's fine, though. I mean, you know, it is what it is. You probably have the star on this one, too. By the playroom, for sure. Maybe not the library. Definitely not the library, actually, but by the playroom, you should have it. Let me disable it in the library. But you gotta unlock the painting in the library to get to it, so... We'll assume you have not earned the star at this point. Those OF and LF, they say you have to do point content on them? Yeah, you can post whatever you want. It's just that, you know, at least OF for certain is basically a porn site. Nobody thinks OF and then anything but porn at this point, so you're just wasting your time. You're much better just having Patreon. It's like OF, but for people who aren't doing porn. Chapter 2 would only give you a new soul. I don't think it really changed much else. Besides the level. I might take a quick bio break real fast. I'm definitely feeling like that alcohol wants to escape. Yes, yes it does. Yeah, I think I'll be right back. Hey, I gotta use this real fast. And I might switch to standing because, you know, I sit too much. Spine hates it. We'll put everyone somewhere they can watch things or something. It's so slow. Everyone on the roof they can watch. With my little screensaver set up here. Actually, just sort of standing on the roof watching the clouds. Alright, doing some adjustments here real fast. Featuring reviews for anything. I know into cosplay of my stuff, things. This food take pick. And Patreon can be used for anything. OF, Insta, therefore cosplay, life stuff, behind the scenes. I got this food pick from this. And specification, take pics on this vacation. Weird. People pay for weird crap. I come to the conclusion that as long as, you know, there's a half-naked woman, people will pay for anything she does. Or fully naked woman in a lot of cases. So, chapter 2, you still haven't gained any tarot cards, but you do have an additional soul. I'm not putting in the rest of the crap, I'm just putting in the main stuff. That's fine, and then by the time you get to Sally, why didn't I copy paste that? Mistakes were made. I have so many unused models. You don't even know. I've got so many together that I've already made and everything. I'm just ready to go on so much stuff. And, you know, get there eventually. By this point, you have the chariots. And then you don't have temperance. Instead, you have hangman. And then you have the star. And I believe I give out Wheel of Fortune by this point. Sure. And then by Pirate Cove, what have you picked up? About a Steam Deck, huh? A Stream Deck, sorry. Alright, Steam Deck. Then you set it up. Nice, nice. I considered one of those, but then I realized I would probably never use it. I know I'm just weird about these things. I just don't end up using a lot of stuff that I would pick up if it's like weird shortcut keys and things. I don't even use the shortcut keys in my mouse. Don't know why. Just don't. So by Pirate Cove, you've gotten what? The hell do you get by Pirate Cove? I don't even remember. We're now at the point where I'm not even sure what you're getting anymore. I wrote it down, but 15 key Steam Deck, a Stream Deck, switch profiles. I mean, that works. I don't switch a lot. Just don't. I should. I moved myself over to the corner. This is the most switching I've done. That's only because my game has a bunch of stuff in the lower left side. It used to be that I was, you know, sitting over in this corner. That blocked all the, you know, tarot switching I was doing for the game, and now I've moved to this corner because, yeah, that's the most I've done. For my incredibly complicated short stream where all I did was make it sideways so you can just rotate your phone and view the whole thing. That's just all I did. Complicated like that. That's fair. I'm not saying it isn't useful, just saying I know how I am and would never use such a thing. Just because I would forget to use it or whatever. I know I would. Yes. That's why I didn't get one. Let's look at my chapter 2 information. You don't feel this Hollywood stuff. Am I really giving out strength in the sunken depth? Did I? I don't even remember. This game is so big. Oh god. This is serving two purposes. One, to set up, you know, my cheats for each area so I can be whatever I'm supposed to be for that area. And two, to remind me what I'm actually supposed to have in each area. Hope that helps. Because I don't remember. Is strength over here or something? Son of a bitch, it is. Huh. Huh. I forgot I put that there. Huh. Wasn't that surprising? Okay, well then by this point you have strength. Pirate Cove, I'm assuming you're level 25? Okay. What else do you earn by Pirate Cove? Well, Pirate Cove gives you the tower now. After Pirate Cove, you'll have the tower. I think I give out the devil before that. For now. The High Priestess, the Secret... Oh. They could have High Priestess by this point, so we'll say they do. These are just wrong. These aren't right at all. The Sun in Pirate Cove? This should be the tower, almost certainly. Some of this stuff's old. I don't know. I keep changing the effects of stuff. That kind of screws with things. Compile and save that dev menu so I don't have to remind myself later. Pirate Cove is this way. So hard to figure out where things are at when everything's turned off. Yeah, the tower. One thing you want to do is duck horror stories using Stream Deck for sound effects. That'd be pretty cool. Being cardboard characters when I'm telling a story I connect with. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I can see use for that. Definitely be much more interesting than the average stream for sure. Telling cool little stories by pushing buttons. I remember when I used to watch Arcadem's D&D streams, there was a group I really liked of his people, and they would sit there and record all these things, and they're like, you know, stream decks. Like anytime things were funny were said, and they'd use those little funny quotes at various points. Just for the memes. That was awesome. I forgot all about that until you mentioned, you know, using it for sounds. I was like, oh yeah. That is a thing. Shame that dude got canceled. He was one hell of a DM. However, he did go after, I think, like 15. The hell? That's crazy. So many so many of these groups I was following too. Very sad. So Wheel of Fortune. Let me double check Wheel of Fortune's location here. I'm not sure. Could be in the Hidden Grotto. It might be in the Pirate's Plunder, in which case you wouldn't have it for the fight against Sally. I don't know if I like that. I might want to give it to you for Sally. Oh, I did move Wheel of Fortune here. That means you don't have it for the Sally fight. Ooh. I guess you don't need it. You're still using the, well, I guess you have the Star and the Empress's healing toys for that fight. I guess I should not give Wheel of Fortune. That means that Wheel of Fortune shows up as soon as you get to the Secret Garden. But not before you can get to the Underworld. It shows up before you get to the Underworld. Okay. Pirate. Is it the Pirate's Plunder or just Pirate's Plunder? Well, I hope I didn't block it. Pirate's Plunder. Update my notes since I moved things. And Pirate's Plunder. Made all the assets in a week or so? Pretty cool. Need time to do it? You just don't need sleep. Just give up on sleep. It's fine. Sleep for the week, right? Who needs sleep? Okay, so apparently for Sally, you don't have access to this. So none of that crap. I gave you double jump at this point. It's not a whole lot extra. Gonna give out a lot afterwards, because, well, I mean, Pirate's Cove is... It's almost 2/3 through the chapter. That's fair. You get Wheel of Fortune by that point. You have Strength by that point. You get the Devil by this point. This is assuming you went both directions. If you didn't go both directions, you just went directly here, you wouldn't have a bunch of them. You wouldn't have Wheel of Fortune or the High Priestess. Not that I think the High Priestess is that necessary early on, but it's another one of the things that's kind of, there's a lot going on here. There'll be those, the Devil. Did I mark the Devil? I did, sure. And you would also have, you get the Tower after Pirate Cove. So basically just be the Tower and the Emperor would be the next ones you would get. What are the milestones I said here? Oh, I can paste this one in. I copy paste this one and then move it over because apparently I did a copy paste in previous. Wipe the other one out. I don't want to keep typing the souls in there. Or I already have it in there. Oh. Oh. I guess I pasted over it. Oh, stupid. I already did it. Dumb. Oh, one more black art there. Oop. All these, the Pirate Cove. After Pirate Cove, you would not have anything different other than... Oh, you said the souls there. You'd have unlocked a bunch of tarot cards. We copy those, and then go over to Tilly and just paste these on top of them, and then add the last two. I gotta lay out how they're gonna happen in Chapter 3 as well. Basically, I'm laying out the entire game. Because now you can go from the first room in the game to the last room in the game. Well, there may be a secret, you know, final battle room, but there might not be. I might choose what I have. But now I want to have it where, like, all the tarot cards that you're handed out, I want to have the exact rooms they're in too. And kind of milestone points. So I the game figured out, like, by this point you have to have these things, and then I can, doing designing levels, I can remember which card they have by that point, so I know what I can build with and what I'm not allowed to use anymore. Oh, not allowed to use yet. Important things, because this game is huge. By this point, you have the tower and the Emperor. There should almost be a milestone. Well, no, this is going towards the final fight for Chapter 2. And then Chapter 3 just gives you another soul, right? Like, you don't care about anything else at that point? You didn't gain any tarot cards by beating her? You simply got through the next area? Souls are not valueless. They have real value, but they also have a real drawback too in this game, so. That being said, you will probably want them because they cause your curse to build much faster. They cause your sanity to drop faster too, though, so that's the drawback. Right, is tactility? Yeah, that's how I spelled it. Sure. And then by the time you hit... Oh, there should be another one there for... Well, Chapter 3 would be the start of that, so... I'm assuming you're just level 30 at that? That seems weird. I mean, I guess you're basically the same level as when you start. Like, this would be like +1 level, or maybe plus a couple levels. I guess you're just level 30 when you start Chapter 3. Miss Pop Man. Hell yeah. The all new fun game. Just Miss Pop Man and Toymaker's Workshop. Chapter 4, I don't know how to differentiate it out yet. It's just at the start of Chapter 4, you have every single tarot card for you in Chapter 4. It's really that simple. You can't get to that section without them. And I don't remember what the anticipated level was there, but I think 58 is for the Toymaker's Workshop. I guess I list boss names. I don't list where they're at. Code names for final battle, that like that. Let's figure this out. When am I giving out these things like that? I'm sure this is super interesting for all the new people, but you know, whatever. Organization is very important. If you don't organize your game, bad stuff's gonna happen. course, anyone who wants to see what the game is about, you can just literally check out the Steam page and see the trailer. That's so useful now. I just reference the trailer for people, and they're just like, "That's so cool." Instead of playing half an hour of the thing and going, "Oh man, I played half an hour." Someone else shows up. "Oh, I guess I gotta play another half an hour." Oh man. Happens. Alright, so I have Tilly set up, and I just copy paste everything from there to there as far as tarot cards that are unlocked. Because you haven't gained any new tarot cards. And this is where I need to decide the order that things are unlocked in here. The first chapter I actually had 4 different breakpoints, and then the second chapter I have 4 different breakpoints, but for chapter 3 I don't have 4 breakpoints yet. I guess I do. Never mind, these ones right here. It's always, you know, the start, the first boss, the Charlotte fight, the second, the boss of the chapter, and then chapter 4 just doesn't have all that. But again, they don't really think you need anything special. I think what I'm going to do is have like one where everything is unlocked. Everything unlocked. I might need to have like an EX boss that's level 78, because, you know, that's the cap level in the game, since there's 78 cards in the tarot. So a max level 78, because you get one for every tarot card. I wish it was 99, but that's just not how a tarot deck works. Much to my annoyance. Level 78 is the most valuable level, though, because you get like plus... it maxes out your health and curse to 999, so it's actually like plus 200 or something as a reward for getting the last tarot card. It's 10, so it gets you to 780, and then it adds 219 on top of that. So level 78 is worth 229 to each of those stats. Plus the sanity doesn't even matter. I don't really like that, though, the fact that sanity stopped mattering. But that was the world's big shtick, is that it makes you immune to the curse from the darkness. But I might have things that emit curse too, so that you don't, like, you know, it's a worse form of the curse, and thus your sanity is not completely valueless anymore. But otherwise, it's kind of dumb. It used to be I was using it as a cost for things, but then I took that out because it was too overpowered, since you could just loop stats forever to have unlimited everything. And that was not fun. Well, I mean, it's fun, but it was just dumb. It shouldn't have been that way. Final value, you have everything that makes it easy, and you need 4 souls. Well, actually, it'd be like 5 souls at this point. I made the number much harder on people now. Good to know. Did I collect the souls on this one? Yeah, all of them are there. By the time you get to the Red Queen, what do you have? That's a good question. You have everything you got from Tilly, obviously. Or everything from chapter 3, I should say. And it's just a question of the order I want to hand things out. I'm pretty certain I hand out Temperance by this point. Chapter 3 is just in a pure dumpster fire state. Actually, now it's got an order to it. The order's written incorrectly on here now, but Well, before Anna, you have to have judgment. No, when I get to the Red Queen. Or, oh my. I want one more here. I'm gonna have to reorder these though, I think. It's unfortunate. Because you can't just move them around on this. It's okay, it's not a big of a deal. So I can just copy paste the whole thing down here. Alright, so those, I'm not going to worry about paintings and things. I might go back and unlock paintings too, but that's a different story entirely. Then from this point on, you don't have to worry about souls ever again. It's only 5 to collect specifically. And then this one will be everything unlocked. Everything unlocked. Oh. Can't duplicate names. And then this one's going to be the final battle, which I seem to be 58. Oh wait, never mind. That's just on my to-do list. It just says them all. I calculated it all out. So 43 for, and then the final battle will be 58. I assume you've missed 20 of the tarot cards, even if you've gotten the good ending, or you're working towards the good ending. So oops. This will be the final battle. These are easy because anything past chapter 4, you just have all the tarot cards. So I don't have to change anything other than I'm just changing levels. Making the assumption you've hit a certain point by that point. So by the time this starts, you should be... Well, this actually says 43 is the level I assume you're going to be at for her, so we'll assume you're at 43. Build up power to the final battle. One's not really separate out, and then 78's everything. It just has every tarot card, right? We'll check like things like the Hermit stuff. Yeah, sure. So we got that. And these should all have everything. I mean, there's no guarantee you get everything. I'm just giving myself everything I could have had. If someone decides to fight the fight without the stuff, more power to you, man. Alright, and then... Zero tarot card run? Man, that'd be rough because, like, the way I've done damage in the game, it's like, it takes the, just so the numbers are bigger, it takes the base damage of your weapon and then multiplies it by your tarot level. So if you're at level 1, actually you start the game at level 0, by the way. So never mind, you actually just don't actually do damage until you've picked up a tarot card. But to be fair, you have no weapons until you picked up the Fool anyway, so you need at least something. You have to do it at level 1 or something by picking up the Fool. But then you couldn't bypass most of the things without glitching through walls and stuff. But yeah, like, the way it is it's the enemy damage, like the enemy's base damage plus its level, so it does less damage to you. And then for bigger numbers, you get the multiplier. But the boss will get really spongy later. Like, you know, the first handful of tarot cards matter a lot. Later tarot cards matter less. Like, you really feel it if you're missing early tarot cards. Once you get to like 50 plus tarot cards, the next 20 aren't going to make the biggest difference in the world. They're going to matter, but you just have to hit the boss like an extra, you know, 20 or 30 times. That's all. A lot. I think I'm just going to start removing ones here. And this struck here should have all of the souls. Like, you basically picked up every soul by this point. Well, every soul that matters, anyway. Since they have a negative, I don't think I'm going to bother to have extras. Also, it doesn't make sense for that to be extras. Alright, and then... by the time you get to Miss Popman... I can just look for the things you would gain later. Chapter 4 only has one tarot card. That would be the world. I mean, what's after this one? After here, you don't have the lovers. You probably don't have death at this point either. In fact, I'm going to be certain you can't get those until after you've done this plot, man. You most certainly don't have judgment, but I think you'll have the other ones by this point. Like, I'm pretty certain by that point you'd have those. And then have all the souls, right? I'm gonna compile and save at this point. Just saying. I also have to put pictures in my dev menu too. Like, this is entirely just so I can cheat, but for testing purposes. If I can't cheat, it'd be a real pain to test this game for sure. Yeah, so I still have the 5 souls in there. That's fine. I've removed those, so let's copy paste this backwards. It's actually much easier backwards. I can just remove the cards and copy paste. No, yeah, I guess it's the same either way. Never mind. Doesn't make a big difference. And I only had 4 souls in the Red Queen, right? So that's... There's a lot going on in this game, so I had to simplify a lot of things, so it just got too stupid. So for the Red Queen, what am I giving after the Red Queen? Well, the tower is no longer here. Because I give the tower out now in the other chapter. So which one am I not giving out yet? I'm missing one. Let me a quick cheat sheet here. Seven. My plan is to simply delete them as I figure out what I have. Okay, so in chapter 1, we get the obvious ones of the Fool, so 0 is already removed, I didn't bother to even add it. And then... I didn't write it down, but... Magician was 2. The Empress is 3. Hierophant is 5, if memory serves. I don't remember on Hangman is 12 and you're going at the start 17, so that one's there. When did I write it on? 3? Sure. The 12's gone. Mouse wants to move. 17. Then for chapter 2, I'm giving out... Why didn't I write the freaking numbers by these? I'm so stupid. No, that's 3. So, anyway, I'll just pull this over here. So 2, I'm giving out the Chariot, which is 7. And Strength, so 8. The High Priestess, which is 2. The Devil, 15. The Tower, 16. Sure. we can eliminate the world because, well, I already know I'm giving that out at the start of chapter 4, so we don't have to worry about that one. The Emperor. 4. Wheel of Fortune. It's 10. Okay. So now we have just these ones here. Chapter 3. Oh, these ones right here. But the tower is not getting given out here. So Justice 11. Judgment 20. Am I giving out the sun anywhere? I don't think I'm giving out the sun. That might be the one I'm missing. Looks like it. Temperance is 14. Should know that. Temperance was one I had for a long time. Death is 13. Good choice of numbers on that one, actually. The Lovers. Is 6. Sure. And then the Moon? Am I missing one? That's 18. So the Hermit's not listed anywhere, and neither is the Sun. Really? That doesn't seem right. Huh. Yeah, because the first chapter, I already read all those there, but I mean, you had the Fool, Magician, Empress, Hierophant, the Star, and Temperance. So I don't have, they only give out 6 in the first chapter. I could give out the Hermit in like Charlotte's bedroom or something. It's a fun extra. I guess it's fine. I kind of want to give out like 1 each chapter, or like 7 each chapter. I kind of have to because it's only 3 chapters before in, and I need you to have all the like. I need you to have all 22 tarot cards to enter the final area. Wow. You don't need all the tarot cards to get the world, but you need the 22 tarot cards to get the final area. Or the 22 major arcana. So you can be on the path of the bad ending and then have to backtrack and find the remaining, you know, major arcana. If you don't already have them. Though I think if you earn the world, you've pretty much already found them all because you're going to do a lot of exploring to get the world in the first place. There's already 3 Pentacles there, but I'll worry about placing those later. Like, I can move those all around, I don't care. So let's just say I give out the Hermit here. That might need to be moved. I did add in a bunch of areas that, you know, you can come back in later and reach things, so I could hide the Hermit up there. Behind one of the, like the Hierophant or something. Yeah, because you don't really get any new traversals at this point. You just have the Empress and the Hierophant. But actually, I mean, the Magician. Yeah, so I'm just going to make a... I'm going to hide it in Charlotte's bedroom, but I'm putting it up in the air or something behind a big collection of those 3 things to reach it. Maybe I'll just keep looping around the top of the room or something. That works. That's fine. Okay, so the hermit's there, and that means the sun is in the last one. That's why I did it that way. I had to double check that I actually had them all. I don't know if I want to give out the sun here necessarily, but the room is after that, so you'd be giving out like temperance first. I assume Sir Tin's gonna have you accomplish something, and then he'll give you justice. So I think the first portion of chapter 3 will be going after whatever he wants you to do. You can collect justice or something. I don't know if that's necessary because like he can be a side quest because justice is just another weapon. I might make it like rapid fire or something like that, you know, like a weapon that does a bunch of hits really quickly. But not like heavy damage or anything, just rapid hits. We'll see. It might get some changes. But, you know, lots of things gonna get changes by this point. This is quite far in there, and you know, the sun's getting some changes too, probably. I think it's just gonna give sanity or something if you're in terraform. I was gonna let it bypass fire, but I don't really think it needs to. Also, that doesn't even make much sense for the sun. Plus, programming the sun's really easy, and I'll just put a particle for it. It shows up whenever you're in terraform. Anyway, I just need to do a few other ones here, and then I should have all my layout of the game pretty well figured out. So I remember those ones from Miss Popman. But then after that, I guess I assumed you've only gained a handful of levels before then? Yeah, the odds you gain 4 levels here seems almost kind of hard. It's possible I think I should actually set this number lower for Miss Popman. I actually only have you as level 38 here. And 33 for the Red Queen. Like I say, you only have to, like, I'm assuming that if you got the better ending, you've only gotten 58 of the tarot cards. Which means you can miss 20 of them. And 22 of the tarot cards have to be the major arcana. So I assume you've only found 36 of the other, you know, derpy little tarot cards. You can win the fight at lower levels, sure, you just be under leveled, but I thought 58 was pretty solid. Letting you miss nearly a third of the cards is pretty good for that one where you have to do so much exploration. I can't imagine how in the world you missed so many cards. Like, I can see you can miss it up the Anna fight, sure, I can see you wouldn't have it. I should probably put pictures into, just make my dev menu awesome, and then go back to redesigning the chapter 4. Just lots of organization going on today. Lots of planning, lots of designing for later chapters, just so I have a better idea of what I'm working towards. I basically want minimum viable product as fast as possible for the game. That's my goal. Minimum viable product for the game as fast as possible. Which means I'm just literally putting in the entire way to go through the game, everything necessary to beat the game, and then like doing like, you know, concepts for all the stuff, and then eventually replacing those with gameplay like that. Not polished, not polishing the whole game, no. Just like minimum viable, And then I'll go to like polishing and adding in all the extras and everything like that. So this way, at any point, if for some reason I can't continue or something like that, I have a game that's ready to go, even if it's not perfect. And it's also easier to buy new assets for things if I need something, or hire someone to do something if I know exactly what I need, as opposed to now where things are very nebulous on what I need, and it's like, maybe this, maybe that. So by the Red Queen, you actually should have exactly the same tarot cards as Miss Popman. It's just -1 soul. But I'm assuming you gained a couple levels along the way. That should be fine, because I already have the tarot cards in chapter 3, and then because you don't gain anything extra here, you probably have found the things. Yeah, I guess I'll give the sun out earlier or something. Yeah, I'm just tired of rooms that I don't know what to do on yet, and just like changes can be made later to make things better. 100%. I just think organization is the key here. But I'm assuming I know there's more people watching on Kick than there is on Twitch. Yeah, about that. Are they getting some followers today? Oh no, just let me go all in the other one. One follower. Like 2, I was like, huh. Cool. I think I botched my port stream today because it has way less views. But when I initially set up, I couldn't get it to work right. I think it was set to like private to start with or something. It was stupid. I botched it. Which one are we on here? Red Queen. I think you lose the sun here or something because I gotta give it to you after. Otherwise, I assume you found justice, temperance, and the moon? Sure. Why not? I don't know what the moon's going to be. I mean, they're just fun extras. It's possible Annie's on will sell a bunch of the cards too. Like, maybe she just sells like 20 of the cards in the game, and a bunch of them are the abilities. He's just hoarding all the cards, like 4 levels and then 1 super ability that costs way more. I might do that, actually. I don't hate this idea. And that means in, like, you know, the broken things thing, I can sell the thing. Of course, it would probably just be 5 levels in there, because if broken things is in the, in chapter 4, then it can't have any special abilities. Also, these are saying battery low, so one sec. Fix that. That should be pretty good, and I got the levels kind of figured out. I fixed flying, so it's not broken. It's gonna need some balance for sure. The whole game's gonna need a lot of balance. Like I say, Terraform makes it a lot easier to balance. It's gotta be turned on. Like how they're like Chinese ones, they say power on. Can't even afford somebody who can say on, they say on. Jesus. So probably this is fine. Maybe I give out justice for, I don't know. 3's all over the place. But now, the most important thing we're testing here is going to be how the new soul thingy works, because I haven't been testing the souls at all. And I should be. I really should be. I'm going the wrong way. Everything's a maze. I can't find anything. Oh, good. Oh, no. Spotman's this way. Hell yeah, brother. And this last week, I've really done a lot to make this game more organized. There's a lot of poppets here. Wait, what are the world? I'm oh. I forgot to disable the world on everything. I did copy it from the bottom. That one's on me. I only did a few of them because chapter 4 you won't be in it if you don't have that. I mean, I guess a lot of chapter 4 will be you going back and finding the missing, you know, major arcana if you haven't already got them. But like I say, if you're already on the track for the good ending, then you've already done a huge amount of exploration. For sure. Wait, why? Is Miss Popman enabling the world? I guess I just somehow forgot to uncheck that one? This one, that was the first one I unchecked, but maybe not. We're getting double curse back, basically. Oh, I gotta get rid of those messages for Terraform. And it's possible that it's not enough because the numbers get so big later that by now maybe it's not that great. I don't want to make it too powerful, but a lot of her abilities are based on Terraform, so... Yeah, Terraform is really expensive in the light. But you still gain curse back in the dark, so... That's helpful. Remember those on Poppet? It's like atomic movement, I think. I gotta put those in and then immediately solved it without even, you know, bothering to need them. Then just delete them. Good job, me. I can clean this up a bit since it's not as necessary anymore to have that. It ain't gotta be so ugly. I mean, it can be, but it ain't gotta be. We should actually probably just start having their own little mini graph at this point. Because it's getting to where there's just so much crap here. Actually, just dodge. She doesn't sprint. She's already really fast. She does not need to sprint. She's so quick. Eventually they get so many things on here, it's just really hard to keep track of it all. And then you just hate yourself. And there's no need to hate yourself. You know, you can just put them all in a thing. Wasn't really intending to do that, but thank you, I guess. Sure. Let's just do this really fast and save myself some trouble. Oh, buddy. I got things to work on this. I don't even mind streaming that long tonight. Also, standing means I can extend the streams a lot longer. My back hates sitting. If I stand for a couple hours in the stream, it just completely changes the game, if you will. I'm gonna take a quick break real fast and move around a bit more. I'll be right back. I'm back. I have a standing desk? Yes, I do. Had it for quite a while, actually. I don't use it as often as I should. It turns out standing in one location can be kind of rough on the legs, but sitting is real bad on my spine, so. Just saying. Need one? They're great. Only downside is hard to get a lot of monitors. I'm selling. I have like 2 monitors. And then I have my phone on a tripod in the middle of it, then that's what I use for a camera. And it works pretty well. But I'm always looking off to one side, but I guess I constantly look over here all the time to check that, so. You know. I guess I could have squeezed 3 monitors on it. It'd have been weird. Not like the world's largest desk. But yeah, I definitely recommend it. Don't wait until you're in your 40s to think they're a good idea, because then you'll have back problems. Drink lots of water, because apparently sitting all the time messes with your spine, so drinking water helps prevent problems now. As I drink tea, tea's pretty bad. Shouldn't be drinking tea, probably. Oh well. I would tell you, man. You're probably like me going, oh, why did I do this? Oh god, it's the worst. Mistakes were made. Yeah. I know, I hear you on that one. I hear you. Find problems are the worst. Yeah, you just... Yeah. Not much else to say about it other than, yeah. Doesn't get any better as you get older, but standing does help a lot, for sure. Ten out of 10 would recommend standing as often as you can. Even though right now I'm clearly switching back to sitting. Legs are starting to hurt quite a bit from standing. I've been standing for like a couple hours, I think. I usually like stream for sitting a couple hours, stand for a couple hours, and then stream for the last couple hours sitting if I'm going to stream that long. Or until I just get tired of streaming that day. I don't know. Depends on if I have some plan on what I want to do or how tired I am for if I want to stream or not. Makes a big difference. You have rheumatoid arthritis? Oh, okay, well. You understand that age is not kind. For sure. Oh, yeah. I was doing pretty good until I decided that I just needed to spend like 1,000,000 hours in front of the screen doing game dev. Because I wasn't really sitting in front of a computer as often before that, and I get up and move around more, and then I just got into game dev and started doing so many hours in a row. It just was a bad decision. Game dev is hard on the body. So is streaming, for that matter. Streaming, you tend to sit a lot, and then you're not very incentivized to get up very often, which is not good. Upwards and launches. I guess I don't really need to have these things around them because they kind of are self-explanatory. But yeah. If I could go back in time, I would have told myself to pace myself. The whole COVID thing didn't help because I didn't have anywhere to go. So I ended up sitting down a lot more during that. Thankfully, I didn't, get the jab or anything dumb like that. So at least I don't have those health problems from that dumb crap. But I did sit way too much because I didn't go outside very often. That wasn't healthy either. So it worked out okay. Except for it didn't. because, you know, I sat too much. I mean, I did learn a lot. In my RPG Maker days, basically, 'cause that's when I was just doing RPG Maker, sitting all the time. I should have learned not to use RPG Maker. Could have been a good start. Yes, I like this year too much. Yeah. The other thing is, people, it's just too easy to sit. And you, like when you're younger, you get away with that mostly. F. Unfortunately, you don't get to get away with that after a while. I guess I quit crouching on this graph too. I don't really have to have it right here. Maybe just movements graph. Well, this is already the movement graph, so that makes no sense. Maybe I just do the... What else? Leave it as it is. Well... Yeah, get a standing desk, you'll sit less. Helps straighten out your posture because while standing you tend to have a better posture than when sitting. If that fails, get yourself a really nice chair. At least that helps. My chair could probably be better. I sit in my chair often, you know, 8 hours, but it feels more like a 5-hour chair. You're just like, oh, why did I do that? It was supposed to be a nice chair, but it just wasn't ready for the amount of sitting I planned to do in it, I guess. Drink lots of water. Another one you can do. And then, like, you know, stretching and everything like that helps a lot too. And I should not worth the price. Oh, a comfy chair is totally worth the price. I'll drop $300-400 on, you know, a chair. Worth it, because I'm gonna use it so many hours. It's like buying a great set of shoes. Some things in life you don't skimp on. Shoes are one of them. Chairs, those are another one. Like anything that would cause you, like a bed, you should never skimp on a bed. You should make certain your bed is very comfortable. You're going to use it a lot. Anything that causes you pain because you know, decided to save money on it, don't do that. That's a terrible plan. I will just say assorted movements. I have a good name for this, but I don't think I need to have a bunch of different graphs here. Kind of just want to separate them out into the most logical-ish things. Cleaner. I like to sleep on the floor sometimes. I don't know you, man. I don't understand. Why would you do this? You just like hate yourself? Is that the thing? Like, how do you sleep on the floor and not die? They're so uncomfortable and I have back and neck issues. My bed is like literally like the Princess and the Pea type of thing. It's very, very comfortable, and I can feel any bumps. That should be pretty cleaned up now. I guess I could take some quick pictures for things too. Am I doing that too for the Miss Pop Man? Sure, why not? I'll make my dev menu nice. The game's so big that I need a dev menu set. I think these are pretty good idea just to make them in general though. power stance. Bring that. I don't know how big these are supposed to be, but I can figure it out. Every once in a while, Poppet's just standing there and she has this weird power stance where, like, you know, she's like, oh, her leg is way more fanned out than normal in the most weird thing. Like, I don't get it. Like, she's just asserting dominance or something. I've just dubbed it power stance. There's no rhyme, no reason. Just how they programmed it. Because I didn't program the movement thingy. Graphics, dev menu, and these things. I'm just looking at these right here. These things are 120 by 190. Okay. Stuff over here. So 120 by 190 on this thing here. We'll highlight the Miss Popman. I guess I'm just gonna make it 120 by 190 here and then just shrink it down to size. Perfect. The things we do for our dev menu. I could actually put a little frame around it, but I wouldn't do that. Like effort. Or is it saving to you? The applications, so I don't show any files I didn't wish to show. Try to avoid spoilers if I can as much as possible, but you know. Doesn't always work. These PNGs, sure. We're making this, and this is this Popman dev menu. Sure. I like to keep all my weird files that I have on here just in case, you know, I want them for something later. Yeah. That's why I resolved to just not even worry about the 4th chapter, because I realized that the time and effort I would need to spend is going to be too much. I don't even have enough time to do all the stuff I want to do. I would have to just stream less, which is stupid. I'd rather just stream it. Like, if people see things, fine. Like, I'm trying to keep a lot of the story out of it, but yeah, that goes. For sure. I think you put story in there too, or just like a brief explainer. So people know what they're doing. But yeah, I'm definitely working on trying to minimize how much I spoil a few people. You know, just in case you want to play the game later. Maybe you do. Possibly, I guess. Oh. Hey, Legendary 9. Pretty good. I'm fixing up my dev menu because, well, I'm gonna need it for testing. Yesterday I got it where I could go all the way from like the start of the game to the last room in the game. I mean, most of the rooms are concept from that point on, but you know, whatever. Now my dev menu gives you all the right abilities for each area. Building. No. Stupid Twitch. Giving people ads just so I'm about to say what I had time. Wow. You think you know people, really, right? Oh, guess the short stream died. Whatever. First stream was not very good tonight. Only got like 65 views. It never really popped off. Wonder why. Oh well. Neither YouTube stream popped off tonight. OBS. Oh, but welcome back. I was saying I was working on my dev menu because it needed give me the abilities I had for each area, so I had a better idea of where things are at and was organizing, like, you know, what abilities I have by which point. I also made it where you can go from the first room all the way to the last room. Sure, most rooms aren't necessarily anything beyond concept in, like, you know, chapters 3 through 4, but there's rooms for like chapter 4. I was remaking the Toy Maker's Workshop because I decided I was going to put goo going through places, so I had to build which in there, but I got sidetracked by making flight a little more nerfed for sure. But I have concept-y rooms and everything. Once we get to the 4th chapter, things are a bit more wild. Yeah. Technically, you would have roughly this stuff by now, I would assume. I just nerfed flying, so that's a problem. The goop kills you, so don't touch the goop. Oh man, terraform goes down hella quick here. I think the world's messed up a bit with that. Oops. I gotta fix that. Alright, well that sucks. Yeah, I just nerfed flying heavily. Oh, this doesn't knock you out of the air. That's... a lot of things gotta get changed, apparently. Bad time to nerf flying. It was so easy to just fly around and show everyone everything. Try not to land in the goop. I'm trying not to land in the goop. This floor is dangerous as hell. Whee! I could double jump. Oh, this door was already open. Play home rule again? This Split Princess time? Let's try making a flying game. Flame palm movement? Nice. Yeah, flying AIs are rough. Like, I was building one and I can tell you right now, it'd be fun. I gotta get up there, get this. Get up. Can't get up. Terrible. I gotta fix flying because it's costing way too much with the world inactive, and that's not good. They'll tell you, like, it becomes a thing, you know, later on. Like, there'll be a lot of information that Tinka often provides too, because Tinka has paintings all over, so she watches what happens in this place and knows a lot. It's just that she doesn't have much of a presence yet because I don't really have story in the game, so she'll have a much greater presence because she's always watching. It was so much cooler with like it made it so easy, but it was really boring. Now we're getting this big huge room here. Look at how exciting it is. Yes. I always put these places where there's going to be bosses just to remind myself there's a boss. I don't think I'm going to have this weird pentagram rotating thing here, but there's a boss. I put it there to remind myself there's a boss here. Like goop running through things. I'm building more little spaces like this and everything. I need more crazy. Oh. Maybe about like here or something. You'd be like, oh, 58 for this fight. I gave these two, like, you know, Vu's and Patrick's AIs real quick just so they'd have a thing, and they're not even hit anything in here yet. They go up and, so, you know, eventually I'll make them into things. There's like 2 bosses in here. I will make them cool soon. But there's much to do, yes. But the concepts are working out for these things, so we'll see. Prisons and things. One last safe zone before. Hell yeah. Well, I gotta have my, you know, a cat and a rabbit here, just, you know, for that one extra nod to Alice in Wonderland, right? Also, cat and rabbit toys, you know, not exactly stuffed animals, not exactly unusual. Perfectly fine. Yes, yes. The weapon's just floating because I literally just copied Vu's thing, and so the thing's just wrong. It's not even the weapon he's supposed to be using. But I'm not programming their AI yet. I just wanted an AI in there. Well, technically, I could fight them, and it would be like fighting Patrick and Vu at the same time. Neither of which are particularly that tough by this point in the game, I imagine. Yeah, other weird little areas like that. I might make these more red like the other area. Craziness. Oh, I found this other coffin I put in here to remind myself. Little moon coffin. Probably not going in there, but you know, whatever. Oh, that room I don't have logged in right now. Loaded up, but yeah, there's lots going on in here. And I went through, and you can go through all of chapter 3 too, so I have all the rooms just about. Well, I have something in just about every room, so that's something, though I don't think I have loaded up at the moment, but I decided I was working on chapter 4's concept stuff more than I was working on chapter 3. I'll say it. I was just working on it. It's fine. Don't hate. Oh, you can if you want. I mean, I probably deserve the hate. Oh, I guess this thing's above her, causing that. Stupid chapter 2. I'm trying to hit minimum viable product, essentially. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I could attempt to run all the way to the last room in the game. The only problem is man, that flying is awful. Probably fix that. Yeah, we've definitely been hard at it, for sure. I gotta figure out why her flying wasn't doing right, though. That's weird. So for terraform macro, I took this out for checking that the world was active. Because it used to be that the world just made terraform entirely free, and that was just overpowered as hell. because now everything's cost is based on terraform essentially. Like I don't have extra other costs. It's just literally terraform is the only cost. Because it's just too complicated having all these weird things and being super action-packed game where you're switching all the time. Seems a lot easier to have that, plus terraform being able to do everything or activate all these extra abilities really makes it easier to keep track of what's going on. And use multiple abilities at the same time without having to switch. So we're skipping that. I don't get why that would make it more expensive. But yeah, it's definitely been exciting one way or another. It's definitely something. I don't know why it would be more expensive if the world is involved. Format text now helps making debug text much easier. Fair. I think I've seen this format text new, but oh, never mind. You're talking about formatting like the text thing that you print or whatever. Yeah, okay. I've done that. I don't know what I'm thinking. I've done that. The temperance is not going to be a thing. I think I might actually still check for the world, but I'll reduce it. So I'll treat it like temperance was equipped, because I'm getting rid of temperance and something like that. So if the world is active, then it slows at half the speed, and if not, this here should be better. I do want flying to be not like total garbage. Oh. I don't think I even need this anymore, this current light status, because it's no longer a thing. I keep changing the effects of all this stuff, and a bunch of things are passive now. Like I have a new effect for the star. You have to take damage though, so I guess I gotta go hit in the face. Hit me on the face! Hit me on the face! Very important. The hit me in the face strategy. I'd have it right here. Oh. This'll do. I think. This area is such jank. I should be making all the enemies for Chapter 2 in good shape. I'm really fixing up Chapter 2, but... eh. This is a tree in front of me. I don't know if you know this, but there was a tree in front of me. Hit me in the face! Hit me in the face! Hit me in the face! Really? Really? You're gonna be like that? And you guys can't even stop attacking me 90% of the time. What the hell? Up painting block that will shoot me in the face. Well, there should be a painting blocker here. Good to know that they're not there. Why are the enemies not attacking? Something's firing. Man, I was just gonna use this as a place I knew you had the star. I guess I'm gonna look the other one there because I don't know what's up with this, but fair enough, I don't know what's up with that one, but doesn't make a big difference. We'll just go to some other place where I know there's enemies and get hit in the face a few times until the problem is solved. I guess Charlotte shows up a lot later on here. Is there? There's enemies here and all the star. I really got to go through and work on a lot of the enemy stuff. There's a lot that needs to be done. Hit me in the first. Someone, please hit me in the first. You're gonna double jump, but I don't have double jump yet. Anyone? Anyone? Well, they don't even have levels in here. Can you hit me at least? Oh, good. And then if you're in terraform, that's the new star effect. Until you hit me! Hit me! Hit me! Yeah, these guys need their AI fixed big time. And all damage upgrades and stuff like that, and the proper level and thing. You know, there's a lot wrong with it. Yep. I gotta do one for the sun that probably gives sanity or something. Anyway, I got sidetracked. Just to show off the star thing. Yeah, enemies need a bunch of work. Especially for chapter 2 and apparently the music room. That's because I keep making changes to all the systems to upgrade things, and I haven't really gone through any of the enemies beyond Patrick, really, and fixed them up yet. There's a lot wrong with them. For sure. For sure. Okay, I'm gonna sit down. My feet are killing me. 1 second. Much better. Like, why? I get myself a better streamer light. I just have a crappy light off to the side, then it doesn't do a good job with my green screen. I stream like 5 hours. 5 hours, 22 minutes. You play it? Nice. I'm glad to hear it. Oh yes. The more the merrier. Soon they will all play. Hopefully everyone plays. Anyway, what was I working on now? I guess I was testing out how powerful flying was now that I basically made the world reduce your terraform cost. These are all like super late game ideas, so yeah. I guess I can make the sun also work too to just regain sanity. Display provide the natural regen. So more likely of this. It's definitely less. Maybe the world doesn't regenerate well in terraform. I don't know. Because it, like, normally, like, you have a regeneration because you're in the darkness. But terraform isn't figuring in that. And it needs to be as powerful at least as that. So not the nearby lights graph. Yeah, instead of doing these ones here, it just does the world. Maybe I just use this calculate clear scan right here. And just set this as a natural instead of the other one. Also, this doesn't need a meatball there. Hey, Superboy. Not much. Fixing and rebalancing things that are just not the best. Yes. Broken things. Yeah, broken things. But I'm already calculating this. Why in the world is this seem like it's just cheating her out of the stuff? Have 43 views. Oh yeah, that's definitely not the best streams today as far as view count. I see those are better. It's so random. Like this, you're on the short stream because I have shorts going and I have the non-short stream going on YouTube. So whichever one you want, in case you want on your phone, you want to turn it sideways for the short stream or not. Yeah. I've got 67 views on the short stream and 39 views on the regular YouTube stream today. So not amazing, but eh. And then for Twitch, I have 72 views. Right. And I don't know how many I have on Kick at the moment. It combines for some okay view count for the night, but not the most ideal for sure. Trying to figure out where I've messed this up. Because if it's here, why would I have that? You literally collect tarot cards and your abilities are based on the tarot cards. I mean, it's a Metroidvania. It's not like I don't want to make some complicated skill system for that. All my skills have to do unique things, but certain ones are required to progress. Wind darkness, recovery duration, update stat. Everything looks like it would be the same. You do. You don't gain any levels by fighting him. You simply gain gold by fighting him, essentially. You have to find the levels in the game, so it's very milestone-based leveling, for sure. Yeah, it looks like it's going so quick. Yeah. About to jump in the pool there. I really nerf flying really hard. It's very expensive to fly. Probably a good thing though. I don't really want it to be this good. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm working on concepts for the final chapter. And I'm trying to decide how powerful certain abilities are going to be, like flying. I didn't really want it to be as powerful as it could be. Some kind of testing like that. It still seems like it's really expensive. There's no enemies in this area yet. I'm just figuring things out. The FPS seems pretty good down here. I was at 600 yesterday, but I lost one. Very sad. Oh. to make that work a little better. It feels like it almost doesn't regenerate fast enough for this area. I definitely like having flight not be a thing. Not like, you know, the most powerful thing it normally is. Yeah, this giant crazy room here going on. Hell yeah. Concept bosses. They're not actually programmed to quit. They just stole the AF and anything like that, so he's got, you know, the wrong weapon and stuff. That one doesn't even have a weapon. I didn't give him one. But things are coming along nicely. Chapter 4 has some ideas figured out, for sure. Right now I'm testing the soul mechanic. I guess technically their souls don't factor in. No, they do, actually. That's right, souls do factor in. But almost feels like the numbers are too high. Like, it takes so long to recover your stuff. Maybe I should increase the amount of first recovery. I remember late in the game it's a little different than early in the game, but the first recovery rate's at 2. Do I make it like 3 or something? Or maybe like 2.5? Yeah, 2.5. Let's make it a little less bad. I don't want it to be too much, but with so many costs or so many things based upon it, it's kind of a lot to not at least include that. I'll land here on the door. That's probably a little better. I got better animations for this. Oh, that's way better because you can actually fly around a bit and, you know, use the thing in the air. What are we sheeshing about? Yeah, their AIs are just, you know, not programmed for this at all. I just literally copy pasted to the bosses. They will be very hard when we get to this point. Yeah, I think 2.5 is a little better. I may have to change numbers a lot. Having everything based on Terraform means I only have to balance one number. Hell yeah. Hammer's great. I love using it now. It makes me think inappropriate thoughts. Wonderful and appropriate thoughts. Oh, it's loading in here, but they should not be. I actually copy pasted it from that room. Yeah, I did a bunch of improvement on things. Oh, and when you have the tower active, like it causes explosions whenever you hit anything with any weapon. Everything causes explosions. I just want it to be over the top because the tower is all about destruction. I was like, well, you could equip this tower thing, but what if, and hear me out, everything just caused explosions instead? I was like, okay, all right. There's not even a way to get into those yet. Apparently this one thing, that layer had like 1,000,000 keys in it. Go through and fix them all by moving up every one of those. Every single key has this in it. I still gotta build this. I'm gonna have all the weird little goop going around the outsides of it. Move all the machinery into it and just change the whole room around. I just gotta figure out what pattern I want it to be. It's not really designed for a diagonal pattern, so I don't know if I could get away with a pentagram, but that would be pretty sick if I did. I mean, maybe. Yeah, pentagram with a goop. Well, only problem is the boss fight we would have to have for not care about the goop. We'll get to that character. There's a lot of things going on. I could try to successfully run from the third room to the last room. I never have done it. I keep trying to, and I never make it because something happens. It just wants to say I did. I'm gonna do it. I'm kind of nearing the end of the stream anyway. There's the will to work is not as high as it was at the start, like, you know, almost 6 hours ago. I'm hitting that tired phase a little bit, but you know. We'll just assume that you have. Oh, you could have everything, I guess. We'll assume final battle status. The key that's just here to remind me to put a quest set up here. You would normally have half the scrap, but that's okay. Another MC in here. 13. He's a little steampunk robot guy. Acts as the sheriff. I'll eventually get all the story crap in here. I'll successfully run to the end of the game. Even though there's like nothing, you know, gameplay in any of this, it doesn't matter. I must successfully do it just once. So this way, when I successfully get to chapter 3, I'll be able to just run to the end of the game on some like random thing where I'm just like, I'm just doing the whole game. I'm gonna get myself a cool train for this room. The train half sucks. Also, I just copy pasted the city blocks. It doesn't even fit this thing. I need to probably change all that around, but that's okay. I don't. Oh, it's too high up. Oh yeah. I decided it was actually faster to go up this way. Up these stairs. Because the odds you fall through those things, you know, like, it can happen pretty easily, and jumping up them is the most tedious thing in the world. But you just do that, and then no problem. I hate these stairs. I'm caught on something. You know, everything causes explosions because I have the tower enabled. Just makes them do more damage to cause, you know, things to go pop. I might, because I hate them. Like, they look good. Ramps take a lot more space than stairs do. There might not be space for those, but oh god, stairs suck. It's just you having to jump up them the whole time. They're like, this is really tedious. Explosions everywhere. So funny because it looks like the little bubbles explode. Yeah, like there's a reason why there's no stairs early on in the game. Double jump helps a lot. Because otherwise, she basically jumps up one stair at a time. It is horrible. That's why I joked that my game is handy accessible because, you know, it was so annoying to have to deal with it. It's just like, oh, there's no grippy on that. And the cars are spawning or whatever. Then to the room that's completely broken because I just copy pasted something on it. But yeah. And so this way I was able, you know, people want to walk around the main area outside, and it's not fun, but if I made a little city to run around instead, which is just the same thing. Yeah, this is just the outside of the thing. You finally get to run around, only I made her big. And there's supposed to be cars that spawn, but they aren't spawning. I had this set up for a test thing and it looked pretty cool. Then, you know, whatever. And this one I just copy pasted a room from somewhere else, and the room is the wrong shape, and I'm just going to get rid of it and make more city, I think. I keep moving this one room around because I designed a room thing, and then I just was never going to... Yeah, I don't know. Not sure what to do with it. Yeah, every once in a while it's fun for Pop to be large, too. So you can see where it doesn't fit the door here. There's going to be a boss in here. I don't want to load her up because I have to beat her to death, and I could actually probably just do so, but she doesn't have any kind of combat, so she'd just stand there and take hits like a jump. No AI planned. I'm going to put a cook monster boss in this one, except for you don't have to go in there, it's an optional. I'm going to have a bunch of optional, like, you know, fights. I'm allergic to my game. That's all you need to know. Oh, concept rooms, aren't you great? Chapter 3 is still a dumpster fire. I don't to make all the souvenir shops like extra things you can get into, because you can buy levels in them, so I make like puzzles to get into all of them. Or like secret paths. Go faster, go faster. Faster, faster, faster. Faster. Faster, faster, faster. Faster, faster. Not gonna enter Miss Pop Man there because I don't want to do that. Then I gotta run through and complete the whole thing, and that would defeat the entire purpose of what we're doing here. Which is successfully getting to the end. I think they're gonna justice it or something. I need to work on the projectiles a bit too, because they're a little weird. Hold your hat. Dash, 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 dash. Oh my god, I just ran it like an idiot. Every time I just run into one of these dumb fans that just killed you, and now it'll spawn me, oh wait, never mind. I jumped in the thing in the haunted hallway. Right. Oh yeah, she's a jerk. She's funny. Fortunately, I like that. No. He's talking about, you know, Annie's on. And how Annie's on tried to sell one of her paintings at one point, and she's really upset about it. But because Annie's on keeps bringing her chocolate, he's okay with Annie's on using the paintings. Just think is stuck in the paintings and can't get chocolate, so she's very unhappy about this. It's a complicated world. She's been here a while, and thus she is unhappy. Of course, the dialogue's supposed to be like way later, and a bunch of things will change because I moved Annie's on out of there. I keep doing this to myself. I keep making these dialogue things, and then I keep moving things around. That's right. Just gotta take the edge off. He also talked about how a bunch of the painting blockers in this, you know, one area just happened to all accidentally fall in the water. It was just accidentally, you know. In no way, shape, or form did she engineer all their demises just to get her painting back. She gets a lot of dialogue because she's one of the few people who can, you know, talk to you. Most other people can't because, well, they could, but they're insane, so it doesn't really help. I mean, they won't have really useful things to say. There are people who aren't, you know, who are like, as I think it puts it, on the train, the cuckoo train to Nutsville, but they're not there yet. Or something along those lines. So there's some people who aren't completely insane. Late. Yay! It's much easier with the world, by the way. The world's such a fun cheater. And you would get the ability to fly right here. Whee! Oh, you like the little things in the walls? Yeah. The weird power sources? They're like magical and stuff. Yeah, some concept stuff's already in here. I have to have a check to see if Terraform's active the whole time. I like how it's just been stuck on the same music the whole time because there's no music switch anywhere in here. without a music switch, it just stays on one music. Just so you know, the opening door here, the door should not open at this point, but because I technically have all the tarot cards, it would open. Because I cheated. Oh, I thought I cheated. You. Do I not have every tarot card? Huh? I should. Well, that's weird. Doesn't matter. Well, it kind of does. But I can always just, you know, activate the have everything thing to fix it if I need to. Fastest way to get down there? I didn't unlock any paintings, so the fastest way to get down there is the dealer's choice. Both work. I can just go this way or that way. You say you like the orb thing, so we'll go with orb thing. Or was it these orbs you liked? Lightning orbs? Important questions. Oh, okay. Yeah, those are fun. That's right, we hunt varmints here. He's sneaking up on him, ready to gun him down. He's a desperado now. I don't know why that one didn't open. Yeah, because I wasn't going to do the choices between this way getting you to the final area or the portal room. I haven't decided which one yet, but for some reason the portal one didn't open. But I can still enter from the way it's supposed to. Wait, that's the one I want. Oh, she ended up with a funny hat because they did it. I switched too quickly, so she get the wrong hat. Funny. Want to equip your thing here, buddy? Gotta put some lights in here because she would not actually have access to that yet. And then you would get the world in here, or you would get the bad ending of the game. Don't know which one will happen. But from that point on, you would actually run all the way back up, either probably to the fortune teller room. But the portal room is not working at the moment. I guess, well, actually, there's a painting over here. Is it unlocked? You would not have to make this run back. I think I'm going to go with the fortune teller one because it's cooler. I don't think this painting is unlocked, though. That's not. Oh, that sucks. Well, we'll go backwards to get to it, I guess. Because in theory, you're supposed to have gone through here. Justice Sword. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't opening. It's like it's missing something. Yeah, this one opened. That one door didn't open. Yeah, you're supposed to go into... I'm too lazy to walk back. Okay, that's... Wow. I guess I forgot to fix that portal, so I just literally caused a problem here that cannot be beaten. Man. Never mind then. Should not have done that. Should have just went the other way. Alright, well, that's a problem. It was gonna work. I keep finding things that are dumb things that didn't work out right. But I want this to be where you go. And for some reason you didn't open. Why didn't you open? $22. So she should need 22. Yeah, like chapter 4. Now it opened. I don't know why it didn't open the other time. Because it's the same code for both the doors. See, the two options here for where you enter chapter 4 at, I've been debating on, was either right down by the Toymaker's workshop, which would make some sense, sure, because it's a secret path in there. Or, and there's the fortune teller room where you collect all the crystal balls. If these appear in the things, like if you say I get this crystal ball and it unlocks the thing, but I thought having the fortune card, actually having the tarot cards appear on the table as you collected them would be really fitting for the fortune teller room, right? Also, Poppet was the fortune teller. You know, and that was your day job. Yeah, I figured the portal here is so much more epic than the stupid little side door in that thing. You go into like the final area. I think that would be cooler. The portals don't go to the right place, by the way. I don't know if you just noticed that. Neither of them does. Well, I'm gonna fix that now because I don't like this whole portals go to weird places. Yep, that's the argument going on, those two. Maybe I'll have the other one open up as like a backup way in, like there's like a button he can push to open it or something. I've done a lot of tweaking to the size of chapter 3 and 4, like how they're going. I'm also trying to figure out exactly how Poppet was murdered in this place. I have a pretty good idea of where she'd be murdered at. Obviously, she died in the building, right? Wow, that's not obvious, but I guess she died in the building. I know. To be fair, there's a lot of in this building that no one really goes into, for sure. What the general public doesn't see. Pretty much almost the entire basement, something they don't see. Alright, let's get some hot Poppet action. We're going to put a Poppet right down here. So this way she spawns in the right direction. And far enough from the portal that it's not too weird. I'll screenshot the room that she's in. So this way, the portal is just showing the room, a screenshot of the room that she's going into. It's not an actual like real view, like real-time view of the room or anything. And this is so I don't hate myself, you know, because that would be insane otherwise. A little over the side, I guess. A little more centered. I forgot these portals aren't really set to work. Because I moved the entire building. This isn't even the right picture because the fortune teller room has changed like I don't know how many times. A lot. I believe that one was -90 or something was what it was supposed to be. Then we get a Poppet and drag her out here. And then rotate this Poppet. And then move her so she's in a better location. Whew. So she's facing 90. Here. Mass production. This was actually supposed to be 90 as well. We'll fix that in a second. That. All right. Weird that she's facing it. Maybe its positions are weird or something. I don't know. You should be facing the correct direction, but you never know. Yeah, it seems to just pick the same direction she's facing. Not. I wonder why that's the case. You'd think it would set the rotation, but it doesn't seem to be doing it. Unless something else is changing her rotation. Probably is. I could use a player start or something, I guess. I think I'm gonna call this point. I think I've had enough after the 6 hours. I should be back tomorrow. Will I be back tomorrow? No, because tomorrow I need to be up early, so I'll be back like 2 days from now. Work on all this stuff. It's possible if I end up back tomorrow, if for some reason my plans get canceled. But since I don't know if they're gonna get canceled, you know. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Only good sir and Legendary 9. Superboy if you're still around. Yeah. You too, Legendary 9. And everyone else who's watching and hiding in the shadows, have a great day. Or night, or whatever it is for you. And I will see everyone 2 days from now. About 6 hours before this. Have a good night. Yeah. Now it's 7 a.m. here, so let's have a good morning, unfortunately. All right. See ya.